7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. CMH OCR RMR CRR FCRR 1234 1234 United States District Court Eastern District of New York Ex-United States of America 19 CR 286 AMD Plaintiff United States Courthouse against Brooklyn, New York Robert Sylvester Kelly August 25, 2021 Defendant 9:30 a.m. X. Redacted transcript of trial before the Honorable ANNM, Donnelly United States District Judge and a jury. Appearances. For the government, Jacqueline M. Cassilis, Acting United States Attorney B.Y., Elizabeth Geddes, Nadia Shahada, Maria E. Cruz Melendez, Assistant United States Attorneys 271, Cadman Plaza, East Brooklyn, New York. For the defendant, Devereaux L. Canick, ESQ. Nicole Blank Becker, ESQ. Thomas Farinella, ESQ. Calvin Harold Scholar, ESQ. Court Reporter, Charlene M., Heading 225, Cadman Plaza, East Brooklyn, New York 718-613-2643. Proceedings recorded by mechanical stenography, transcript produced by computer-aided transcription. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. CMH OCR RMR CRR FCRR 1235. In open court, outside the presence of the jury. The court. Let me first just ask the parties, did you come to some agreement about the lady in Florida with the aged mother about doing that by video? Ms. Geddes, we did not. The court, did you discuss it? Ms. Geddes, we did. The court, all right. Mr. Farinella, is this your issue? Mr. Farinella, yes, Your Honor. The court, you can take your mask off. If you want to stay seated, you can do that too. What's your objection to having this witness testify by video? Mr. Farinella, we would like to have Ms. Jones present in court, Your Honor. The court, I know you would like to, but what's the basis of your objection? Mr. Farinella, well, there seems to be some apprehension by Ms. Jones. The court, who's Ms. Jones? Ms. Geddes, so there's two witnesses who can testify in this regard. There's Kim Jones, who's in Chicago. The court, okay. Ms. Geddes, and there's also Susan Loggins in A. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. CMH OCR RMR CRR FCRR 1236. Different location, and she's the woman who I think you referenced with the elderly mother. The court, so you don't need both of them? Ms. Geddes, I think I can do with just one of them. The court, and what's the objection to the Chicago witness coming? Ms. Geddes, she has advised that she's not. The court, she's not coming? All right. Is there a reason why? Do I have to sign a material witness warrant? Ms. Geddes, I'm prepared to present to you a material witness warrant if the defense will not stipulate to her appearing by video. The court, but what's the theory you're objecting to it? Why? Mr. Farinella, Your Honor, the court, just speak into the microphone if you could. Mr. Farinella, so the court, do you have a constitutional objection to it, or is it just you'd rather have her in person here? I mean, is there any Mr. Farinella? There's a constitutional objection, Your Honor. I believe she will be the witness, she's one of the witnesses in the chain of custody with regard to the DNA sample that was presented. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. CMH OCR RMR CRR FCRR 1237. The court, okay. But, I mean, there's no reason why you can't do this by video. You're still able to question her. She's not in person in the court, but she's testifying, and is subject to confrontation, and the only difference is she'll be on a screen as opposed to, flying in here and sitting on the stand. So I just don't understand the nature of your objection. That's all. Unless you're just, well, why? Why can't you agree to this? Also, I have to say the chain of custody issue is really more weight than admissibility. The witness testimony is this is her shirt, and this is what she did with it. It's marginally relevant what happened to it afterwards because, it's not like it's a fungible item like money or something that you can confuse with something else. It's relevant to what happened afterward. If you have a theory that whatever forensic evidence is on there got there some other way, which I can't even begin to imagine what that would be, but you can surely, Ms. Becker, just let me finish. I'll give you the chance to consult, but I think it's hard to listen to two people at once. Ms. Becker, sorry, Judge. The court, first of all, you'll be able to cross-examine her. You'll also be able to cross-examine the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. CMH OCR RMR CRR FCRR 1238. Forensic expert about the extent to which the chain of custody affects either the existence or whose DNA it is. I presume that's what the witness is going to testify. So the traditional reasons for chain of custody like narcotics or something like that really are different here. I'm not saying that you're not entitled to explore the chain of custody, but I think it's worth thinking about, what you are going to argue from that. So you can certainly challenge the witness, which I think you did about the t-shirt, but the critical part about the t-shirt is really the witness who's testifying about the t-shirt, where she got it, what she did with it, and then she hands it over to somebody. So then what we're really talking about is just a chain that doesn't seem to me. It's been a while since I've thought about this, but I'm not sure that there's going to be anybody who's going to testify that having it be in some other place is going to create DNA or affect whatever the forensic evidence is. So I'm just, I guess if we can get this person and she's not unavailable. Ms. Geddes, she's not unavailable. The court, and it's certainly been done in other cases, certainly during COVID times. I know Judge Rakoff did it, I know Judge Prescott did it in the Donziger case, and it doesn't deprive you of your right to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. CMH OCR RMR CRR FCRR 1239. Confrontation. So that's why I just don't understand why you won't agree to it. You don't have to. It just seems kind of silly to me. Amir Farinella, Your Honor, I appreciate the court's, weighing in on this, and I will certainly, if I just may contemplate this for a moment. The court, sure, and talk to your colleagues about it. Maybe I'm missing something. We're going to be here for a while, and why we can't just move things along. I think you also want to think about the jurors' time too. I think if there are ways that we can make things more efficient without any detriment to Mr. Kelly's rights, which, in my view, this wouldn't be, that's really all to the good. So why don't you think about it? Anything else before we bring the witness in and bring the jury in? Amir Farinella, thank you, Your Honor, by the way. The court, sure. Ms. Geddes, I would ask Your Honor reconsider your ruling earlier and admit Government Exhibit 241. It remains our position that it has been sufficiently authenticated and any challenges go to weight and not admissibility, and that perhaps that may affect whether we're able to reach an agreement here, because I don't believe that I think the evidence should be admissible regardless of whether this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. CMHOCR RMR CRR FCRR 1240. Particular witness testifies. The court, well, I mean, what is your position on that, Mr. Farinella? I really think that's true. I think the question is, the critical issue is what the witness said about the particular item of evidence and, you challenged her credibility. So anything that comes afterwards really does go to weight, not admissibility. Amira Farinella, and I understand that, Your Honor. The court, okay. Amira Farinella, I understand that. The court, all right. Good. Then it is in evidence. And maybe that will affect how you work this next part out. Okay? Because there may be additional things you want to ask that witness anyway. Okay? Amira Farinella, correct. The court, great. Government Exhibit 241 so marked. The court, let's bring the witness in and then we'll get the jury. The witness, Jane, previously sworn, resumes the stand. Jury enters. The court, good morning, everybody. The jury, good morning. The court, I hope you had a good night. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Cannick. CMHOCR RMR CRR FCRR 1241. We are ready to continue with the cross-examination of the witness by Mr. Cannick. The clerk, the witness is reminded she's still under oath. The witness, yes, ma'am. Cross-examination, continued, by M.R. Cannick. Hugh, good morning. A good morning. Hugh, now, after we recessed last night, and until this morning, have you had an opportunity to speak with any members from the government? No, I have not. Hugh, okay. Now, you and your father were shopping a book deal concerning your allegations here, am I correct? Correct. Hugh, and the person that you were working with was Stacy Brown? I don't believe I met before with Stacy Brown. Hugh, you don't believe you met with Stacy Brown before? No, I never met with him. Hugh, you know who Stacy Brown is, right? Yes, I do. Hugh, your father met with him? I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Cannick. CMHOCR RMR CRR FCRR 1242. Hugh, you had an agent? I did, yes. Hugh, what's your agent's name? I actually don't remember her name, but she is a young woman from LA. The court, just make sure you keep your voice up. Okay? Hugh, you know the name Charlene? Yes. Yes, sir. Hugh, and she was your agent, am I correct? Yes, sir. Hugh, when was it that you started shopping this book with Stacy Brown? I don't remember. Hugh, was it in 2019? I don't remember. Emir Cannick, Your Honor, I'm just going to show her something electronically to see if it will refresh her recollection. The court, of course. Hugh, I'm going to show you this, and you can look at the top to the bottom, and see if it refreshes your recollection as to when it was that you were trying to shop this book deal. Pause. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Cannick. CMHOCR RMR CRR FCRR 1243. Hugh, does it refresh your recollection? It does, yes. Hugh, it was sometime before February 5th, 2020, am I correct? The date on that says February 5th, 2020. Q. Right. Well, on this, by the time you had received this, he was sending you back a draft manuscript, am I correct? A. I don't recall. Q. Look at this document. Pause. Q. Having looked at that, does it refresh your recollection that by February 5, 2020, you had already started receiving draft manuscript proposals? A. Yes. Q. Now, yesterday, we spoke about your mother asking you to take photos of Robert and yourself where she could possibly exploit him on a future date. Do you remember us talking about that? A. Yes, I do. Q. Now, there came a point in time that you stopped taking the pictures and doing things to possibly exploit Robert because you felt as though you were betraying his trust, correct? A. Yes. Q. Now, yesterday, we offered Defense Exhibit S into evidence. I want you to read them to the jury, and can you? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. CMHOCR RMR CRR FCRR. 1244. Read them loud and slowly. A. Yes. All of them? Q. Yes. A. Pops, you didn't tell Mommy that you used to FaceTime and call Rob. Q. Let me stop you there. When you said Pops, who are you referring to? A. My father. Q. Go ahead, please. A. Pops, you tell Mommy that you used to FaceTime and call Rob and have hour-long conversations, happy and jolly and never upset. You didn't even tell Mommy all the things you had me trying to do to blackmail Robert. It's a shame because both of you were very happy, but y'all started listening to the and joined them. Q. Let's stop there. Who are the you're referring to? A. Joy's parents. Q. Joy, one of Robert's live-in girlfriends. A. Yes. Q. Okay. A. They found other exes and out of curiosity, told them what to do and what to say. There's an arrow pointing up, but I really can't make out what it's saying. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. CMHOCR RMR CRR FCRR. 1245. You are literally taking illegal actions when you know you've done wrong as parents. What really makes me angry is that all of you could still be in my life, but your actions and choices show that's not what you care about. All I have to say is this, and all I have to say is this. If and when you want to be in my life, you will be, and if you don't want, and if you don't, you won't, but no matter what you do, I will forever be deeply in love with Robert, and I will forever spend my life with him and continue to create beautiful moments and memories. I'm not going to sacrifice or ruin my happiness just to appease you guys. Y'all have depressed yourselves, stressed yourselves out, aged yourselves, and made yourselves so miserable chasing an idea that you have covered up will never come to life. You think I'm happy that y'all aren't in my life? No, but I would not allow y'all to think you can talk to me whenever you want while doing interviews bashing Robert. I love this man. And Ma, I pray you would never let another person bash Pops without standing up for him, and vice versa, because that is true genuine love. The next letter says, I am hurt and devastated. I cannot see my family because of you guys. You guys have put me in this position, and then you're angry when I don't reach out. The next letter, Ma and Pops, not only am I devastated, but I'm crushed from everything that you two have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. CMHOCR RMR CRR FCRR. 1246. Done and how you decided to go about this. None of this should be happening, and you all could have put a stop to this, but you know you decided to join in to get some money. If you are working with him and making money in any kind of way, you will be okay with me being with Robert, and that's the sad part, that you need money to be happy from me. Both of you knew where the studio was, and for nearly 5 years, I can count how many times you've tried to see me in one hand. None of you did interviews for free. Both of you took money, and you don't need money to be a caring parent, and if someone paid you right now to do an interview, you'd do it. All that you've done and all that you're still doing, where has it got you? Definitely not closer to me, nor have I wanted to see you guys, because of it, and I still don't want to. I'm still living my life happy with Robert, while you two are making yourselves more miserable every day. You don't even have to. Ma, when I was 17, you were telling me to take as many pictures and videos with this man so you could blackmail him and use it against him in the future. Exactly what you are trying to do now. You knew his past and you tried to use it against him by making me the bait. You continued to try and push me on to this man. You really made me feel like a hoe and a prostitute by saying those words to me, and I went along because I was trying to please you, but you don't know how. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1247. Terrible you've made me feel as a mother. You've dropped me off at 3 in the morning and didn't care if I was with you or not. You wanted me to be alone with him, and you know that. You have texted very threatening things saying, since you're fucking my daughter, you need to send $10,000 to this bank account every month. You've threatened me and him personally. You said we need to send you a food check, and by this since, and by this, which is not how you act or things you say as a mother or parent. I don't know if you know, but I'm sure you do by now, but I came to Florida to. Hugh who's? A is my brother. Hugh, go ahead. And confide in him, and I was totally heartbroken. All of the things you have said and told him that isn't even true. The reason I don't and can't see y'all, or even MS Gettys, one moment. R.Kelly, Your Honor, may we approach the witness and let the witness the court, I beg your pardon? R.Kelly, may we approach the witness, the government and I? The court, sure. Pause. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1248. R.Kelly, thank you. Hugh, you can continue, please. Because of y'all and everything y'all have caused. You guys didn't tell my brother that y'all were texting Rob, that I'm grown. I can do what I want and make my own choices. The next letter says, I've thought about what you said and I do want to fix us. I just do not want to delete my entire email, so hopefully we can figure out another way to build trust. The more I think of it, the more I realize I have to delete. It's not that I have anything to hide, because I don't. So if you do not feel comfortable with that, then we need to figure something else out. So I'm sorry if I'm not the woman you want to marry or do anything with, because I'm choosing to disagree, but I am not angry. I am okay with my choice. We just need to talk about what this means and where we stand because of this. Q. Now, that's a letter you wrote to Robert? Yes. Q. Read the next one. The next one says, I really just need a moment to gather myself. I came back because I wanted to fix this, but now we are stuck again. Q. Let me stop you there. That's a letter to Robert as well? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1249. Yes. Q. And when you said, I came back, what are you talking about? The defendant convinced me to come back. Q. You were away, am I correct? You were away from Robert? A for less than 24 hours. Q. No, that's not my question. My question is, were you away from him? A. Yes, I was. Q. And you were away from him and you went where? A. Back to the defendant. Q. No. You were in Florida, were you not? A. These two letters could be different times. Q. No. My question is, when you left Robert for 24 hours as you said, and you said he convinced to come back, you went to Florida, is that correct? A. I left the defendant multiple times. Q. That's not my question. My question is, when you left him the 24-hour period that you just spoke about, you were in Florida, right? A. These two letters are not the same, the court, so why don't a time period? The court, why don't you refer her if there's more than one time? Do you have a particular time in mind? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1250. The witness, yes. The court, just let me finish. Do you have a particular time in mind that you want to direct the witness to? M. Mechanic, yes. Q. The letter that you just read where you said that you could fix this, that you want to fix this, the court, are those dated, by the way? M. Mechanic, no. The court, okay. A. I don't know which argument this was after. Q. But the bottom line is that there was an argument, you left Robert and went home, am I correct? A. Only on one occasion, yes. Q. I didn't ask you how many occasions. I asked you whether or not you left Robert and went home. A. Yes. Q. And home was with your family, am I correct? A. Yes. Q. Okay. Go to the next letter. I can tell this is going to be a while before anything gets resolved, and I just don't care anymore. I'm so done. I'm not happy and I'm tired of running in circles, not being good enough, not noticing what you want me to. Every other day, something is going wrong and I'm doing something wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1251. And I'm tired of going through that. I don't want that kind of relationship. Q. Now, you were apart from Robert when you wrote that letter? Pardon me? Q. Were you apart? Were you separated from Robert when you wrote that letter? A. I was not. Q. Okay. You were in the same household when you wrote that letter? A. I was, yes. Q. And you were expressing to him that you were tired of the relationship, didn't want the relationship, am I correct? A. I did, yes. Q. And did you leave? A. I don't recall. Q. Now, I'm going to ask you to look at Defense T for identification. May I have the other document? Do you recognize that document? A. Yes, I do. Q. What do you recognize that document to be? A. Screenshot from my Snapchat account. M. Mechanic, okay. Your Honor, I'm going to offer Defense T into evidence, but I will want to redact certain information from it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1252. The court, okay. Was this something we looked at yesterday? M. Mechanic, no, I don't think so. M.S. Geddes, I believe it is. M. Mechanic, it is? Okay. The court, any objection? M.S. Geddes, no, Your Honor. The court, let's make sure we get that redacted. That's in evidence. M. Mechanic, thank you. I'll redact it before I ask her to read. Defense Exhibit T so marked. Pause. Q. I ask you to read this, please. A baby, I never been Q. Could you read it louder and slower? A. Okay. Baby, I ain't never been held against my will. Wrong person. You need to stop reading the tabloids. Q. You sent that, you posted that, am I correct? A. I sent this to someone personally. Q. Do you recall the date that you sent this? A. Yes, that was immediately after I had left the defendant in October. Q. Thank you. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1253. Now, you testified and spoke to us yesterday about a situation when you were in Las Vegas. Do you remember telling us about that? A. Yes, I do. Q. And I think you testified and told us that you were staying at the Mandalay Bay? A. Yes, I was. Q. And there came a point in time when you sent your mother a text saying that everyone was having fun, and you were in the room. Do you remember that text? A. I do, yes. Q. Now, Mandalay Bay had a 21 age requirement for the casino area, am I correct? A. Yes. Q. And, basically, you were traveling with Robert at that time, am I correct? A. Yes. Q. So he was the adult that was a part of that and responsible for your well-being, am I correct? A. Correct. Q. Now, you testified and told us about a situation where you told Robert that you were 17, and he sent you back home, am I correct? A. Yes, he did. Q. In fact, he sent you back home the very next morning, am. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1254. I correct? A. Yes, he did. Q. Now, and you went back down to Florida, and you spoke with your mother, am I correct? A. Yes, I did. Q. And your father, am I correct? A. Yes. Q. And you said that they executed a document giving someone else guardianship over you, am I correct? A. Correct. Q. And as you sit here today, do you recall the name of the person that they gave guardianship to? A. Yes, I do. Q. What's the person's name? M.S. Geddes. Objection. Q. She gave someone guardianship, right? A. Yes, she did. Q. And before giving guardianship to this person, they never had any conversation with this person, am I correct? A. No. Q. Okay. They never FaceTimed this person, am I correct? A. No, they did not. Q. They never gave this person any details of their expectations of them with regard to you, am I correct? A. No. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1255. Q. There was no interface whatsoever between your parents and this person that they gave guardianship to, am I correct? A. No. Q. I'm not correct. A. No, to my knowledge, no, I don't know. Q. Now, you testified and told us that Robert had a rule. Robert, according to you, you've had to, when you travel with him on the tour bus, you had to knock on the door before you came out of the bathroom. Do you remember telling us that? A. That is correct. Q. And that was the tour bus, am I correct? A. Yes, that is correct. Q. And that bus withdrawn. Were you the only person who had to knock on the door before coming out of the bathroom? A. Every girlfriend had to knock. Q. Well, everybody had to knock, am I correct? The court. I'm sorry. Did you say to go in or to come out of the bathroom? A. Mechanic, to come out. The court. I see, okay. A. Yes. Q. Everyone had to knock because the rule was put in place because there's a microwave on the bus, am I correct? There's a microwave on the bus. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1256. Hugh, there's a refrigerator on the bus, right? Yes. Hugh, and people would walk around with hot food and the door would swing out, am I correct? Yes. Hugh, so that policy was for safety, am I correct? It was not for safety. Hugh, it was not for safety. Now, you testified and told the jury yesterday that there was someone, one of Robert's girlfriends, according to you, that he dragged by the hair. Do you remember telling us that? Yes. Hugh, who was that girlfriend? Nick. Hugh, now, do you recall at dinners when withdrawn? When you were home with Robert and the girlfriends, you would often eat dinner together, am I correct? Yes. Hugh and Robert would play the piano while the girlfriends ate, am I correct? Not that I can recall. Hugh, are you saying every single time, or one particular time? Hugh, he would play the piano when you would have dinner, when you ate? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1257. No, he would not. Hugh, he never did that? Once. Hugh, once he did that? Yes. Hugh, do you recall who was there that one time? I recall the defendant playing the piano for just me and him. Hugh, just you and him? Yes. Hugh, now, you've wanted to be his primary girlfriend, am I correct? I did not. Hugh, you did not? You never told him that? The defendant put me on a pedestal. Hugh, oh, so yesterday, he didn't put you on a pedestal, but today, he put you on a pedestal? M.S. Geddes, objection. The court, overruled. I can't stop what someone else does. Hugh, and you, I had to catch myself. Now, you testified and told us yesterday withdrawn. When you were living with Robert, he had you handle his checking accounts, checking books, am I correct? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1258. He had an accountant. Hugh, that's not my question. My question is, did you handle his checking books, his personal checking? No. Hugh, did Robert give you $5,000 a month in your Chase account? It wasn't. Can you rephrase that because I'm not understanding? Hugh, did you receive $5,000 a month from Robert when you were living with him being deposited in your Chase account? Yes. Hugh, and Robert also took care of your Uber and Lyft account, am I correct? Yes. Hugh, and now, did you testify, told the jury that Robert prevented you from going to work? Yes, he did. Hugh, what job did you want to work? I told him that I wanted to work any job. Hugh, what skills did you have? I had never worked a job before. Hugh, and you asked your brother to help you get a job, am I correct? I don't recall that. Hugh, isn't it a fact that you asked to get you a job paying around $28 per month? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1259. No, I don't remember. Hugh, and isn't it a fact that responded to you and told you the court, can I see the parties at the sidebar? We don't need the court reporter. Discussion off the record. M. Mechanic, may I continue, Your Honor? The court, yes, go ahead. Mechanic, while we look for that, I'll move on to something else. The court, okay. Q. Now, you testified and told the jury yesterday that Mr. Kelly did not celebrate holidays. Do you remember telling us that? The clerk, the jurors can't hear you. Q. Do you remember telling us yesterday about Mr. Kelly not celebrating the holidays? I believe I said they were delayed, but yes. Q. Well, do you recall a text exchange between you and one of your friends, and the friend asked you what did Mr. Kelly get you for Christmas? I believe that is something I could have talked about, yes. Q. And do you remember telling your friend that you got a lot of clothes, shoes, heels, sneakers, the new Jordans that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1260. Dropped on Christmas too and a big S new iPad Pro? Yes, I do. Q. Those were Christmas gifts, am I correct? Yes, they were. Q. Now, I'm going to ask I asked you yesterday about trips to the beach with Mr. Kelly. Remember me asking you that? Yes. Q. You said you didn't go? No, we did go. Q. You did go? Mechanic, Your Honor, I'm going to ask this be marked as Defense Exhibit X for identification. The court, sure. Q. I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit X for identification. Do you recognize it? Yes, I do. Q. What do you recognize it to be? It is me and the defendant. Q. Where? At a beach up north that I had found. Q. You found this beach? Yes, I did. Q. And you mentioned to him that you wanted to go? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Can Nick. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1261. After months, yes, I did. Q. Well, my question is, did you tell him that you found a beach, and you wanted to go to the beach? I did, yes. Q. And he took you to the beach? Yes. Mechanic, Your Honor, may we publish to the jury? The court, sure. Mechanic, I'm going to ask that this be marked Defense W for identification. Q. Do you recognize it? Yes, I do. Q. What do you recognize it to be? Me and the defendant. Q. In the picture? Yes. Mechanic, I'm going to offer it as Defense Exhibit W. MS Geddes, no objection. The court, all right. That's in evidence. Defense Exhibit W so marked. Mechanic, may we publish? The court, yes. Continued on next page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1262. Mechanic, Your Honor, may we have a minute or two to just figure out something? The court, sure. Pause in the proceedings. By a mechanic, Hugh, I'm going to show you the court. Put on your microphone. Hugh, what's been marked as defense you for identification, and ask you to take a look at these pages, and let me know if you recognize them. You don't need to read them, just see if you recognize them. Yes, I do recognize this. Hugh, what do you recognize it to be? This is my handwriting, if that's what you're asking me. Q. Well, is it something you wrote? Yes. Mechanic, I'm going to offer it defense you for identification into evidence. The court, any objection? MS Geddes, I just want to see what it is. No objection. Mechanic, I'll spare the reading this time. The court, okay. Defense Exhibit U was received in evidence. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross-Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1263. By M. Canick. Hugh, let me show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit Y for identification. Do you recognize it? Yes, I do. Hugh, what do you recognize it to be? My handwriting. Hugh, well, is it a letter that you wrote? Yes. Canick, I offer this Defense Exhibit Y into evidence. No objection? MS Geddes, no objection. Sorry. The court, okay, it's in evidence. Defense Exhibit Y was received in evidence. Hugh, I'm going to ask you read, again, loudly and slowly. I'll sit while she reads. The court, how long will it be? Canick, it depends how long it takes her to read it. The court, it's in evidence anyway. Can I just see counsel? I don't need the court reporter. 1 second. Discussion was had off the record. The court, all right, the lawyer wants you to read. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross-Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1264. To document. Okay? All right. A brother, the reason I haven't been texting you or calling you is because of a few reasons. Number 1 is because I had to take my time and really think about everything Ma and Pops has done to try and ruin happiness. Number 2, I came at that Florida to see you because I want to give us a chance as brother and sister to see if I could trust you and confide in you. Seeing as though I can't do that with Ma and Pops, on top of all of that, I really had missed you. But none of that means anything if you are going to act like them. And try to talk me out of being happy, because that is exactly what I am with Robert. And no matter what, that you should be respected, even if someone doesn't like it. Sorry. And no matter what, that should be respected, even if someone doesn't like it. You have idea what Ma and Pops tried to do to Robert in the beginning. They literally used me to lure him in so that they could blackmail him and do all the shit that they're doing right now. And the reason I know this is because I was getting ready. Canick, could you slow down a little? MS Geddes, objection. The court, why don't you let me manage that part? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross-Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1265. Okay? Sorry. Okay, keep reading, but don't go too fast. The witness, okay. And I'm going to back up a little bit. They literally used me to lure him in so they could blackmail him and do all of the shit that they're doing right now. And the reason is because I was getting ready to go along with their BS as well. But the only reason I was going to do it is because I liked him and thought he was interesting. But once I came around him and got to know him, my friendship and love for him became genuine because he showed me nothing but love, and respect. He's a real person, he's fun, and he was nothing but respectful when he came to meet Ma and Pops and even you. But unfortunately, Ma and Pops never changed their minds or heart about what it is that they wanted from him, because Ma continued to nag me about sleeping with him and trying to get me to take as many pictures and videos as I could of him and me, because she said to me that she wanted to use those pictures and videos to blackmail him in case he didn't want to do what they asked of him. Ma and Pops even told me in the beginning to lie about my age. Because they said if he knows that I'm 17, he 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1266. Wouldn't even mess with me at all. So I lied and said I was 18. As a matter of fact, Ma told me to go to his hotel room wearing something tight and sexy, something that made me look grown, and she wanted me to be all over him sexually and stuff. But honestly, when I got there, I felt stupid when I walked in the room, because he wasn't even coming on to me. So I started switching up the plan and telling him about myself. We talked about music, and I told him that I sing but nothing serious, because even though Ma and Pops want that for me, I wasn't 100% sure that that's what I wanted for me. However, while we were talking, someone started banging on the door, and when Rob looked through the peephole, he said it was 4 policemen outside the door. Then he let them in, and they asked me my name and how old I was. I gave them my name and I lied and told them I was 18. The reason I did that is because Ma and Pops had already told me to tell Robert the first was 18, and which I did, so I would have sounded stupid telling the police I was 17 right in front of Rob. So they told me my mom and dad was looking for me and was worried for me. And I knew right away that was a lie because they're the ones that told me to go to his room. They also told the police on speakerphone I was 18 and old enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1267. To make my own decisions, which is why the police left and there was no problem. That's another reason I know they were trying to set him up, but after the police came in the room and saw that there wasn't any wrongdoings going on, Ma and Pops realized that their plan pretty much didn't work. So obviously they decided to back off of their plan at that time. Brother, I'm telling you the truth. I cannot make this up. Then later on, after I started getting to know him, and what I mean by that is becoming friends, I admit I started developing feelings for him, and went from being excited to be around R.Kelly, the celebrity, to falling in love with Robert the person. And even though I wanted to have sex with him and actually hinted towards that a few times, I backed up from it, because he was not showing the same interest. And I told Ma that on several occasions, but she just kept on pushing me. Just trying to make me have some type of sexual relationship with him. And the more that happened, the more I started feeling like a hoe. Because I started realizing that my own parents were just using me and my vagina to get money from R.Kelly. And when it finally hit me hard, it broke my heart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1268. Into pieces, and I decided that day, while I was in Chicago, to tell him the truth. Even though I was scared that he might not want to be around me again, it was something I knew I had to do, because I felt really nasty on the inside. I also realized that at that moment is that I am nothing like Ma and Pops. So I told him I was 17, and how my parents convinced me to tell him I was 18. He was not mad about it. For one, because we hadn't done anything sexually. But he did tell me I had to go home right away, and I cried so bad. And the only reason he was able to calm me down is by telling me that the only way I could possibly be there in Chicago is that my parents were up here with me, where they signed some kind of consent saying that it's okay for me to be here. So long story short, brother, I told Ma and Pops that. And they didn't even hesitate. They took me to Florida Education Department to get me pulled out of school and enrolled on to online school. They then took me to the county's clerk office, got the consent form signed and notarized by the state of Florida, which said they give their parental rights away for me to be in Chicago. And I remember being mad and happy at the same time. And the reason I was mad is because I was saying to myself, what kind of parents would sign their 17-year-old? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1269. Daughter away to be in Chicago by herself to be with someone that they never met or even got to know. And the reason I was happy was because honestly by this time, even though Rob didn't know it, but I had fallen in love with him, and I wanted to be around him for that reason. And seeing what Ma and Pops had done to me, having a clear understanding of them trying to use me, and for their own financial gain, I wanted to be far away from them as possible. Because all Ma would do every time I talked on the phone is threaten me, curse me out. She would tell me that they were going to destroy R.Kelly's career through social media, talk shows, or whatever they could do if I didn't start sending them money. And at first I didn't tell Robert stuff in fear that he would send me back home, because I knew he would not want to deal with all of that. Pops actually started asking R to use his lighting company to do his shows, but Rob told him he already had a lighting company that he had been using for 20 years and they already knew his show. And Pops didn't like that at all. Then Ma and Pops came to me and tried to get me to convince Robert to team up with them and put his name and logo on a dildo that had a Bluetooth and would play his music while people had sex. And I told them I was not going to talk to him about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1270. That because I was uncomfortable having that kind of convo with him, and besides I thought it was a ridiculous idea. So they decided to bring dildos to his show. After his show was over, Ma and Pops was backstage with R.Kelly, and Ma pulled a dildo out in front of me, and everybody trying to get Rob to sign a letter of consent about being in business with them. And out of respect for them, because they were my parents, he took the paper but did not sign it. And later on told them he didn't feel comfortable being a part of something like that. And that's another thing that they did not like. And I remember Ma telling Robert and me that she didn't care if we had sex or whatever because I'm grown and can do whatever I want. And by this time I'm 18. She said just let her be a driver, and that didn't happen at that time. I had been to multiple shows and living in Chicago, but at the same time I was continuing to be threatened by Ma because she was not getting any money from Robert or me. I told her several times while I was even 18 that we were not even doing anything sexually, and she would just get really angry with me when I would tell her that. She got so angry that I don't even think she realized that she was texting all of those threats and what she would do. But she even texted Rob, "Since you're fucking my daughter, you need to." 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Cross Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1271. Send $20,000 to this bank account, and then $10,000 every month after. Brother, I don't need to say anything else at this point except after they realized that they were not going to get any money out of him or me, that's when they started teaming up with and started telling all of these lies on social media about R.Kelly. They started digging in his past, finding old girlfriends that are mad that things didn't work out between R.Kelly and them, playing the concerned parent's role, acting like their daughter is missing, held captive in sex cults, and all of the other lies. They started promising all of these broke-ass females from his past that they were going to get money with deals, reality shows, and basically be famous if they came forth and said something bad about R.Kelly. They would even coach them on what to say. But I have never been any of those things. As a matter of fact, since I have been with him, it has the total opposite. For the last time, I'm happy with Robert, I'm happy with R.Kelly, or whatever else you want to call him, and I wouldn't trade him for the world. Now people can believe that or not, because I honestly don't care what the hell they believe at this point, because I'm totally over it. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane Cross-Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1272. Q. Thank you. Now, during that time that you stayed with Robert and the other girlfriends, were there wellness checks by the police? Yes, there was. Q. Wellness checks in Chicago? Yes. Q. Wellness checks in Atlanta? Yes. Q. And wellness checks, that's where someone from law enforcement comes, they speak to you privately, and they either take action, or they leave, am I correct? A. It was never private. But, yes, you're correct. Q. And you had also wellness check done by Homeland Security, am I correct? A. I don't remember. R.Kelly, I have nothing further. The court, okay. Redirect examination? M.S. Geddes, yes. R.Kelly, I do have one. I offer the court, go ahead. R.Kelly, no, this was something the court I think reserving a ruling with respect to the videos, I'm going to offer them into evidence at this time. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane Cross-Canick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1273. M.S. Geddes, the audios? R.Kelly, yes, the audio. And videos as well. The court, do you have an objection? M.S. Geddes, as long as I can redirect on it, it's fine. The court, I thought she admitted that she made the statements, that's why I'm not sure why they would come into evidence, but R.Kelly, I think we would have. I don't want to continue discussing it. The court, okay. Me either. Let me reserve on it. I don't think it has to come in at the moment. R.Kelly, all right. M.S. Geddes, Your Honor, can we have a sidebar for just 2 minutes to discuss something about redirect? The court, sure. Let's have the court reporter. Continued on the next page. Sidebar conference. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Sidebar. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1274. The following occurred at sidebar. M.S. Geddes, I just wanted to flag 3 things for the court that I believe either you have already ruled on, or the defense definitely opened the door for us. First, on cross-examination, defense counsel asked, did your parents tell you to tell him that you were 18 years old? Yes or no? No, they did not. I think she needs to be able to explain why she said she was 18, and what, and so it's going to open the door to his past, which I believe defense counsel has now done. R.Kelly, no. The court, hold on. Hold on. When you say open the door to his past, there are certain references and I can't remember which. R.Kelly, yes. The court, so many, but there's certainly a reference that the parents were exploiting whatever his past was. I think it's as I ruled before, I think it is relevant to explain why she told him she was 18. I don't think you can dispute that. I think where we might part company, or where you part company, is exactly what you're going to ask. And that's what I would like to know. M.S. Geddes, I'm only going to ask, why did you tell the defendant that you were 18 and not 17? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Sidebar. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1275. The court, and what she is going to say. M.S. Geddes, she is going to say, because she was aware of his past involving child porn. The court, child porn? M.S. Geddes, I asked her in preparation for this, and that's what she said. The court, okay. M.S. Geddes, maybe she won't say that. Mechanic, no. I'm sorry. The court, are you doing my job again? I must not be so good at this. Mechanic, you are. The court, all right. She can't say child porn, even though that's what she said is the truth. You can lead her well, that's not really so suitable either. I think is this something you're planning to do at the beginning? How long is the redirect going to be? M.S. Geddes, not that long. It will go through the break. I would be very surprised if it did not. The court, it's just how she's going to answer the question. Child porn is a loaded even if it's true, it's one of the reasons why I excluded that other evidence, for a variety of reasons. But if you want to take a minute, and I guess the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Sidebar. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1276. Two of you can walk over to her and say, the answer to the question would be what did we say yesterday? Mechanic, yes. Well, before I answer that, could I suggest this to the court? The reason why she's been telling the jury all the while that she told him that she was 17 is because her parents told her to say she was 17. I think that's the answer. This other stuff is gratuitous. M.S. Geddes, but that's not her answer. Her answer to you was no. That's not why. The court, well, people can have more than one reason for doing something, and I'm trying to think of how to do this. I think there has been reference to this court proceeding, and maybe that's the way to refer to it. Mechanic, I don't have a problem with that. The court, and if you both talk you go stand next to her so it doesn't look like you're coaching her, that she was aware of the prior court proceeding that he had. M.S. Geddes, involving a minor? Mechanic, no. The court, I think no. She was aware of a prior court proceeding that he had. Let's leave it there. M.S. Geddes, okay. We talked earlier about that the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Sidebar. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1277. Letters he introduced where the witness wrote the defendant in jail. The court, right. M.S. Geddes, I am going to ask her about those, and it is going to open the door to the fact he was in jail. I believe Your Honor already ruled on that. Mechanic, why can't you say that you were because when I asked the questions about it, I asked, you guys were apart, you were separated. The court, well, I think it's come in sort of obliquely already, because she talked about visitation. Mechanic, right. The court, and be well, the government has represented that the defendant told her to write nice letters because his mail was being read. Mechanic, okay. The court, and that's so I'm going to permit that. M.S. Geddes, and then finally on cross, she was asked about monetizing on her time with R.Kelly on a book deal that she had. I plan to ask her how her life has been since she left him, and I anticipate that she's going to tell him that it was pretty awful, because she has been harassed excessively. Mechanic, what does that have to do with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Sidebar. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1278. Monetizing? MS Geddes, because R.Kelly, I can get into what her life has been like, but I stayed away from that. The court, I think it is probably an argument that's best left for summation as a general matter. What benefit people have coming and talking about relating things like that rather than, otherwise he's going to get up and talk about, as I say, I am assuming that there are a number of public appearances, and so which I think that it doesn't, I'm going to deny it. That's going to MS Geddes, okay. R.Kelly, we have videos of her twerking to the floor and back. The court, you need to get yourself here into 2021, with the rest of us, okay? All right. And I think we're the same age. End of sidebar conference. Continued on the next page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Redirect Geddes. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1279. In open court, jury present. The court, all right, redirect examination? MS Geddes, yes, Your Honor. Redirect examination by MS Geddes. Q on cross-examination. Defense counsel asked you about the reasons that you told the defendant that you were 18 years old rather than your true age of 17. Why did you tell defendant that you were 18 and not 17? I had told the defendant I was 18 because of a previous court proceeding. Q and not one of yours, correct? No, the defendant's. Q on cross-examination, you were asked about a document that you testified about on direct where your parents authorized another individual to act as your guardian while you were still 17. Do you recall those questions on both direct and cross? Yes, I do. Q and on direct, you identified that individual who is named as your guardian in those documents as Juice's mother, correct? Yes, that is correct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Redirect Geddes. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1280. Q, how did you know Juice's mother? She, the defendant, had told me about her, and he would allow her to be around us. Q, and aside from the defendant, did you have any other means of knowing Juice's mom? I did not know. Q, and how about parents? Did your parents have any other means of knowing Juice's mom? They did not know. Q, on cross-examination, you were shown a variety of letters, handwritten letters. There was defense exhibit N and O, and I think S and T. I'm going to show you in a moment. Do you recall those letters? Yes. Q, and they were letters to purportedly to family members. Is that correct? Correct. Q, did you send any of those letters? My family never saw those letters. Q, and what was the purpose of writing those letters? The defendant would have other girlfriends make me write those letters. And he said that they would go to his attorneys, and they would never see the light of day. Q, and whose idea was the content of those letters? It was to protect the defendant. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Redirect Geddes. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1281. R.Kelly, objection. The court, well, the question is whose idea was it to write those letters? The witness, it was the defendant. Q, and who provided, who told you, who, if anyone, told you what to write in those letters? The defendant would tell me exactly what to say. Q, and you testified earlier about the reason for it. What was the reason for it? A. It was to protect the defendant. Q, and to protect him from what? A. Mechanic. Objection. The court overruled. A. Again, previous court proceedings, a previous attorney had told him to make sure every girlfriend was writing letters to protect the defendant. Q. Fair to say it was to protect him from mechanic. This is leading, Your Honor. The court, it's overruled. Q. Fair to say it was to protect him in a trial like this on very serious charges? A. Yes. A. Mechanic. Objection. The court overruled. Q, and I'm showing the witness what's been marked for. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Redirect Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1282. Identification as Government Exhibit 315 and 316. May I approach, Your Honor? The court, yes. Counsel approaches the witness. Q, do you recognize what was shown in Government Exhibit 315 and 316? A. Yes, I do. Q, just generally speaking, what are those? A. Those are statements that the defendant made me write. Q, and are they typewritten statements? A. Yes, they are. Q, and whose idea was the content in these statements? A. The defendant. M.S. Gettys, Government offers 315 and 316. The court, any objection? A. Mechanic, may I see them? The court, sure. A. Mechanic, no objection, Your Honor. The court, okay. That's in evidence. Government Exhibit 315 and 316 were received in evidence. Q, and I'm not going to have you read out each of these as they're somewhat lengthy, but is some of the content that was in those handwritten letters that you previously read during your cross-examination also repeated in these typewritten. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Redirect Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1283. Letters? A. Yes. Q, and at the time and in those letters, both that you read on cross-examination, and in Government Exhibit 315 and 316, there is conversation about what, if anything, you and your mom did prior to meeting the defendant in Jacksonville. Do you recall what was in those letters about that? A. I do, yes. Q, and was that true what you wrote there? A. It was fabricated. Q, and, again, whose idea was it to fabricate that? A. The defendant's. Q, and I'm showing the witness only what's been marked for identification, as Government Exhibit 456 and 461. May I approach? The court, yes. Counsel approaches the witness. Q, do you recognize what's shown in 456 and 461? A. Yes, I do. Q, and just generally speaking, what are those? A. Those are letters to exploit me, to protect me. The court, I'll sustain just to that part. Those are letters, just are those letters similar? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Redirect Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1284. To the other ones you've described? The witness, yes. They were to a mechanic, Your Honor. The court, yes. All right, I don't know what you're objecting to. She hasn't said anything. All right, next question. Those are letters similar to the ones before. Go ahead. Q, and who wrote these letters? A. I did. Q, whose idea was the content? Of the defendant's. M.S. Gettys, Government offers 456 and 461. M. Mechanic, no objection. The court, okay, those are in evidence. Government Exhibit 456 and 461 were received in evidence. Q. I want to may I publish, Your Honor? The court, yes. M.S. Geddes, to the jury only please. Exhibit published. Q. Could you please, without reading, is that your name signed at the bottom? A yes, it is. Q. Okay. So please don't read your name, but could you read? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Redirect Geddes. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1285. The content of what you wrote in this one-page letter? A yes. Robert, I wanted you but you only wanted me to be friends and I'm sorry. Robert, I wanted you but you only wanted me to be friends. You only wanted to help me learn and watch me grow. I wanted more. I wanted you to make me feel good. I desperately wanted you to want me how I crave you. I started to make threats to you and I'm sorry. If you don't bring me back that dick, then I'm going to tell everyone you raped me. I'm going to tell everyone you've been raping me since I've been a minor. I know that saying that could not only jeopardize your image, but ruin everything you have. But I want you and I won't stop until I have you. I know you don't want me to, I know you don't want to have sex with me, but I yearn to feel your dick inside of me. You're not trying to seduce me, and that makes me want you even more. I knew you'd never want to have sex with me, so I came up with stuff to say so you'd have no choice but to fuck me. I'll tell everyone you raped me. I'll tell everyone you hit me and was fucking a minor. I'll make up lies and say you tied me down and fucked me as I cried out. Even though we both know you didn't, I just wish you wanted to fuck me as bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Redirect Geddes. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1286. As I wanted fuck you. I'm sorry I couldn't accept just being friends. Q. Anything in that letter that you just wrote accurate? A no. Aside from where I say abuse, but everything else is not true. Q. And is this an example of one of the letters that the defendant had you and other females who were living with him write to protect himself? A yes. M.S. Geddes, I'd like to publish for the witness, not for the witness only. I want to publish for the jury only what's in evidence now as Government Exhibit 456. The court, okay. Exhibit published. Q. Again, without reading at the bottom, whose name is that? A mine. Q. So without reading your name, and just to be clear, is that both your first and your last name on there? A yes, it is. Q. And that's your signature? A yes, it is. Q. All right, so without reading your name will cover up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Redirect Geddes. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1287. Just to make sure, thank you. Can you please read what's written in Government Exhibit 456? Robert, I also did something bogus just in case you caught me stealing and let me go. I decided I would spank myself really hard until I had bruises on me and was going to blackmail you and said you did it to protect myself. And I don't want to be thinking like that because that's exactly what my mom and dad is doing to you right now. I hope one day you do forgive me. Q. Did you ever spank yourself? A never. Q. On cross-examination, and just to be clear, fair to say this is another letter that the defendant asked you to write for his protection in the future? A yes, it is. Q. On cross-examination, You were asked whether you took any pictures of bruises that you had and whether you sent those to any family member. Do you recall those questions? A. I do, yes. Q. Did you take any pictures of bruises that you had? A. I did, yes. Q. What did you do with those photographs? What did you do with them? A. At the time I had sent them to my email from my email. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane redirect Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1288. Q. So you sent them to yourself? A. Yes. Q. Why did you do that? A. Because the defendant had already been checking my phone and had my password. Q. And so what about that made you send yourself those photographs? A. He didn't know anything about apps and emails, so I figured if I had sent it to my email, that was one place he wouldn't know. Q. So was it a manner in which you would be able to keep those photographs? A. Yes, it was. Q. Now, did there come a time when either the defendant or someone else did go through your emails? A. Yes, it was. Q. Who went through your emails? A. I had Juice go through my phone. Q. How did that come about? A. I had gotten in trouble, and he had her thoroughly check my phone while he was in the studio. Q. And do you recall what, if anything, Juice did after she checked your phone? A. Yes. Q. What did she do? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane redirect Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1289. As she had told the defendant that I had sent pictures to myself. And he took that phone and I never saw it again. Q. And have you had an opportunity to see whether or not do you still have the email account on which you sent those to which you sent those photographs? A. I don't remember that email in 2015. Continued on the following page. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane redirect Gettys. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1290. Examination continues by MS Gettys. Q. Did you tell the government about an email address that you believed you had in 2015? A. Yes, I did. Q. And did you tell the government that, perhaps, they could find those photographs? M. Mechanic, objection. The court, overruled. A. Yes, I did. Q. You were asked on cross-examination about the name that called the defendant. Do you recall those questions? A. Yes, I do. Q. When you first started spending time with the defendant, what did the defendant ask you to call him? A. Strictly, Daddy. Q. And when, if ever, did you start calling him by another name? A. Probably when I was about 19, I started calling him Papa Bear. Q. Can you call him Papa Bear when you were 17? A. Never. Q. You were asked on cross-examination about your first trip to see the defendant and whether or not there was a concert in 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane redirect Gettys. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1291. Los Angeles during that first trip. Do you recall those questions? A. I do, yes. Q. And you recall you were shown a document that purported to show the different venues where the defendant performed. Do you remember that? A. Yes. Q. Now, do you remember the first time that you saw the defendant outside of your home state of Florida? A. It was on the West Coast, not exactly the city, no. Q. OK. MS Gettys, and I am showing the witness what's in evidence as Government Exhibit 217. By MS Gettys. Q and in 217 that's an American Airlines boarding pass that you previously testified about, do you recall that? Yes, I do. Q and MS Gettys, actually, can we show this as in evidence, but I don't want to show the public, just the jury, please. Exhibit published to the jury. By MS Gettys, Q and this was for travel on April 29 of 2015, correct? Yes, it was. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane redirect Gettys. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1292. Q and why did you go to Los Angeles? The defendant had told me to text his assistant saying that Mr. Kelly said to get me to LA. Q and the defendant paid for that? Yes, he did. Q and when you got to Los Angeles, did you see the defendant? I did. Q any doubt in your mind that you saw the defendant in Los Angeles on that first trip? No. Q you were asked about whether there was a concert on that first trip. Did you have sexual contact with the defendant even when he didn't have a concert? Yes, I would. Q does the fact of the defendant having a concert have any impact whatsoever on whether or not you might have sexual contact with him? No, it did not. Q and during that trip, that first trip to Los Angeles, that's when the defendant told you about the rules for the first time, correct? Yes. Q and that's when the defendant told you that you should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane redirect Gettys. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1293. Wearing sweats for the first time, correct? Yes. Q and that's when the defendant told you that even though the trip wasn't a wasted trip, because it gave you an opportunity to soak it all in, do you recall that? Yes, I do. Q and that all happened in Los Angeles? Yes, it did. Q now, you were asked about the first time that you had sexual intercourse with the defendant. What do you remember about the location? And I'm not talking about the city. What do you remember about the location where you and the defendant first had sexual intercourse? I do recall that it was in the West Coast, and I remember that the room was a suite that had a kitchenette, and it had a fireplace. Q and you have a clear memory of that? Yes, I do. Q and what do you remember about whether or not you had sexual contact by the time you went to the Mandalay Bay in Las Vegas? Can you rephrase that? Q sorry, yes. What do you remember about do you remember? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane redirect Gettys. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1294. Whether you had sexual intercourse with the defendant by the time you went to Las Vegas and stayed at the Mandalay Bay? Yes, I do. Q had you had sexual intercourse with the defendant by that time? Yes, I had. Q so, do you know that you had sexual intercourse with the defendant prior to when you went to Vegas? Yes, I do. Q how do you know that? Because of the fireplace, that was the first time. And I just remember that fireplace vividly cause I've never been in a hotel room with one. Q and when you went to Las Vegas, do you remember what happened in the hotel room in Las Vegas? I do, yes. Q did you have sexual intercourse with the defendant there? I did, yes. Q was it memorable in some form? Yes. Q why? Because he wouldn't let Juice leave. Q it was in front of her? Yes. Q on cross-examination you were asked whether you told the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane redirect Gettys. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR 1295. Government that the defendant told you that you weren't pulling your weight as far as your music career was concerned. Do you recall those questions? A. I do. Q. Do you remember the defendant saying you weren't pulling your weight as far as your music career? A. No. Q. You were also asked about whether your mother had told you to take as many photographs as you possibly could of you and the defendant together, and to include crazy face ones kissing, because she felt you felt that your mother wanted to exploit Mr. Kelly to the media and to take advantage of his finances. Do you recall those questions? A. I do, yes. Q. And when you were asked that question, you told defense counsel that that wasn't true. Can you explain what you meant by that? My mother had asked me to send her pictures of me and the defendant, however, the defendant had added on to exploit him. Q. So, when your mom asked you to take photographs of you and the defendant, she never told you that it was for the purpose of exploiting the defendant, did she? Mechanic, objection. A. Correct. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane redirect Gettys. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR 1296. The court overruled. A. That is true. Q. And who gave you the idea that it was for the purpose of exploiting the defendant? A. The defendant. Q. And by the way, you did take certain photographs of yourself and the defendant together, correct? A. Yes, I did. Q. And you testified about some of those photographs on direct examination, right? A. Yes, I did. Q. Did you ever provide those to the media? A. Some of them, yes. Q. Did you provide them to the media back in 2015, when you took them? A. Never. Q. 2016? A. Never. Q. To your knowledge, did your parents provide them to the media in 2015? A. Never. Q. 2016? A. Never. Q. And when you said you provided some to the media, what are you referring to? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane redirect Gettys. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR 1297. I'm referring to when the defendant was no longer residing at Trump Towers. Q. So, fast forward to 2020? A. 2019. Q. 2019? A. Yes. Q. And why did you provide them to the media? A. I don't recall why actually, but I believe it was for different reasons. Q. When you provided it to the media, were you still with, not physically with, but were you still with the defendant? A. I was, yes. Q. And was it, in part, to show that the defendant wasn't a bad guy? The court, well, don't lead the witness. A. It was, yes, it was. The court, just rephrase it. The witness, I'm sorry. By M.S. Gettys. Q. Can you explain some? I know you said that there were different reasons that you provided them to the media. A. Yes. Q. Can you explain some of those reasons that you provided it to the media? A. Well, it was for a documentary that was A. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane redirect Gettys. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR 1298. Friend of the defendant's, and he had publicized them from that documentary. Q. And when you said he, who are you referring to? A. The friend of the defendant. Q. And did the defendant what, if anything, did the defendant say about A? The documentary was in favor of the defendant. Q. And whose idea was the documentary? A. The defendant's friend. Q. And what, if anything, did the defendant himself, think of the idea of the documentary? Mechanic, objection. The court, sustained. I mean you won, sustained. By M.S. Geddes, Hugh, what, if anything, did the defendant say to you about the documentary? A. He didn't say anything about the documentary, but his friend did say that it was the court. Okay, no. The witness, I'm sorry. The court, that's all right. Next question. The witness, okay. Hugh, on cross-examination you were asked about certain activities of Juice and Nick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane redirect Geddes. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1299. Do you recall some of those questions? A. Yes. Q. You were asked whether Nick had a car, Juice had a job. Do you remember that? A. Yes, I do. Q. Were you allowed to discuss Juice's personal life with Juice? A. No. Q. And how about Nick? A. No. Q. Do you really have any idea whether Nick had a car? A. No. Q. Whether Juice had a job? A. No. Q. Did you have a job? A. No, I did not. Q. Did you have a car? A. No, I did not. Q. And on cross-examination you were asked about the fact that you didn't have a job, and counsel asked you, I believe, whether you, at times, tried to get a job. Do you recall those questions? A. Yes, I do. Q. I want to direct your attention to the summer and fall of 2019. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane redirect Geddes. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1300. Did you take any steps to try to get a job then? A. Yes, I did. Q. And did you have discussions with the defendant about trying to get a job? A. Yes, I did. Q. What types of jobs did you try to get during the spring of the summer of 2019, and the fall of 2019? A. Any job that was hiring. Q. And can you just say, what types of jobs you were looking at? A. Retail, corporate, office, those are a few. Q. And what, if anything, did the defendant say about your getting a job? A. He said that it would have to be right. Q. And did he explain what he meant by it being right? A. We already knew what that meant. Q. What did you understand that the defendant meant? A. Meaning that the job no men could be working at that job in order for us to get hired there. Q. Were you able to find a job where you didn't interact with men? A. No, we were not. Q. And by the way, when you say we, who are you referring to? A. Me and Joy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane redirect Geddes. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1301. Q. Did you try and get a job on your own? A. I don't remember. Q. Okay, but you said we. I just want to understand. What was Joy's role in getting a job? A. Oh no, we had to get a job where we were hired together. That was also what he said. Q. And by he, referring to the defendant? A. Yes. Q. So, you had to find a job where both you and Joy could work together, and you couldn't interact with men, is that correct? A. Yes. Q. On cross-examination you were asked about a time when you left the defendant and went to Florida, and then returned back to the defendant. Do you recall those questions and your answers? A. I do, yes. Q. And do you remember who you went to see when you went to Florida? A. Yes, I do. Q. Who did you went to see, not by name, but by relation? A. Oh, my brother. Q. And do you remember how you got to Florida? A. Yes, my brother had paid for the flight. Q. And do you remember when you arrived in Florida? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane redirect Gettys. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1302. Approximately what time of day or night? Yeah, it was definitely evening/noon time. It probably had to be about any time after 5 p.m. Q. Okay. And do you remember what you did that night in Florida? Yes, I do. Q. What did you do? My brother had invited me out to like a hookah lounge to try and make me feel comfortable better. Q. And did you then go to the hookah lounge? Yes, I did. Q. And did you then where did you go after that? I went back to my brother's apartment. Q. And what did you do when you went back? The defendant had booked me a flight for the next morning. Q. Do you remember what time you left? I immediately. Actually, I believe I left that same night. Q. So, approximately how long were you in Florida? For less than 24 hours. Q. On cross-examination you were asked about how you dressed when you met the defendant at the Dolphin Hotel. Do you recall that? Yes, I do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane redirect Gettys. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1303. Q. And you read certain letters, and you were asked about whether it was true that it was your mom's idea how to dress that day. Do you recall that? Yes, I do. Q. And how your mom wanted you to look all grown. Do you recall that? Yes, I do. MS Gettys, I am showing the witness what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 233A. May I approach, Your Honor? The Court, yes. By MS Gettys, Q. Generally speaking, do you recognize what's shown in 233A? I'll have to see it. MS Gettys, okay, hold on. Q. I am going to direct your attention. I am going to put it MS Gettys. Can I show the witness only on the ELMO, please? The Court, yes. Q. And there is a part that is highlighted. Can you take a moment and read that, please? Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane redirect Gettys. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1304. Q. To yourself. Yes, I can. Q. What is that, just generally speaking? It is a message from my mother. Q. And what is the date of that message? April the 21st, 2015. Q. And do you remember what you were doing that day? Yes. Q. What were you doing? I was going to audition for the defendant. Q. At the Dolphin Hotel? Yes, I was. Q. Does that can you read the text message that's highlighted from your mother on April 21st of 2015? The Court, I don't think it's in evidence yet. MS Gettys, I don't want to offer the entire thing in evidence. By MS Gettys, Q. Does that do you remember what your mom told you that day? Yes, I do. Q. What did your mom tell you that day? She, basically, told me that not to look too grown. Q. And that was for your audition with the defendant? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane redirect Gettys. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1305. Yes. Q. On cross-examination yesterday you were asked about certain typewritten letters that you said you wrote and sent the defendant. Do you recall those? Yes, I do. MS Gettys, and I am just going to put them on the screen for the witness only. It was Defense Exhibit Q and Defense Exhibit R. By M.S. Geddes. Hugh, do you remember those letters? Yes, I do. Hugh, and why did you write those letters? The defendant was no longer living at Trump Towers, and he had told us to write him letters. Hugh, and what, if anything, did the defendant tell you to write in those letters? He would tell us specific things that we talked about because it was checked, but they were mostly to uplift his spirits. Hugh, and when you said M.S. Geddes, and, Your Honor, may I lead here? The court, yes. By M.S. Geddes. Hugh, the reason why you, the defendant, told you that. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane redirect Geddes. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1306. Specific things would be checked was because the defendant was incarcerated, correct? Yes, that is true. I believe the court. Whoops, you're the witness, this is dying. The court, oh. Pause. By M.S. Geddes. Hugh, and you said that certain things would be checked. What did you mean by that? Meaning that, I guess, the officers in the mailroom would read all the letters before they got to him. Hugh, and at the time when you wrote those letters, the defendant was under a federal indictment, correct? Correct. Hugh, and there were certain victims named in that indictment, correct? Mechanic, objection. The court, overruled. Correct. Hugh, and I'm sorry, just to be clear, you said that there were who was in the mailroom. The police officers at the jail would read over every piece of mail. Hugh, okay. And at the time I just asked you about this. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane redirect Geddes. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1307. Federal indictment and the fact that there were certain victims named in that. Were you one of those victims named? I was, yes. Hugh, and at the time you weren't cooperating with the government, correct? Mechanic, objection. The court, can I just see the parties at the side, please? Sidebar held outside the hearing of the jury. Continued on the following page. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Sidebar. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1308. The following sidebar took place outside the hearing of the jury. The court, I thought everybody was Jane Doe in the indictment? M.S. Geddes, she was Jane Doe number 5. I'm sorry, so I don't mean that she was named by first and last name. The court, I see. M.S. Geddes, but she based on the conduct, she understood and had been informed that she was one of the victims in the case, and both the defendant and she were aware of the microscope that was on their relationship. The court, what's your objection? Mechanic, how is this? This is beyond the scope of the cross-examination. I asked nothing about the content of the indictment. The court, that's kind of not a thing, beyond the scope of the cross. She is asking about why she wrote the letters, not about, and this is relevant. Mechanic, but the court, I take it that, at least as I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, that the point is to, and I think. You've done it already, the point is to bring out the fact. That he was incarcerated at the time. Was this in Chicago, by the way? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Sidebar. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1309. M.S. Geddes, he was incarcerated in Chicago, yes. The court, he was incarcerated at the time, that he had advised her that the mail was checked, and that's why she wrote the letters. Americanic, so what does this other stuff have to do with that? MS Geddes, I can explain. The court, Judge. Americanic, I never want your job. MS Geddes, defense counsel introduced these letters to show what a rosy picture of the life between the defendant and the victim, the witness. And, in fact, it wasn't so rosy. And one of the reasons that she was painting this very rosy picture is that she had been named as a victim. Both the defendant and the witness understood that their relationship was under a microscope, and that prison officials were reading their mail, and it was potentially going to us, the government. The court, here is my question about that. I do think it's relevant that she is not cooperative at that time. Was she cooperative at the time? MS Geddes, no. The court, that part is relevant. I think you can bring that out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Sidebar. SAM OCR RMR CRRPR 1310. But you've brought out that she's one of the people that's named in the indictment. MS Geddes, I don't have. I'm sorry to interrupt. The court, nobody is really sorry to interrupt. Americanic, I guess that's why you do it, right? The court, I know. MS Geddes, I was only going to say that that was my last question on this particular thing. The court, all right. MS Geddes, I am going to ask about the letter separately, but just the content. The court, okay, let's move along then. Americanic, how much longer? MS Geddes, I don't have that much more, for real. Americanic, yeah, okay. Are we going to take a break before the court? Would you like to? Americanic, yes. The court, how much more do you think you have? I don't want anybody to be uncomfortable. MS Geddes, maybe 15 minutes. The court, let's take our morning break now, I think. Americanic, okay. MS Geddes, all right. Sidebar concluded. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Redirect Geddes. SAM OCR RMR CRRPR 1311. In open court, jury present. The court, all right, I think what we are going to do is take our morning break now, just so people have a chance to stretch their legs and the like. We will be back here in 10 minutes. Please don't talk about the case at all, and I will see you in a few minutes. The courtroom deputy, all rise. Jury exits. The court, all right, everybody can sit down. You can take the witness out. Witness stepped down and exited the courtroom. The court, maybe this is dangerous to say, but it seems quite clear that we will finish this witness before lunch. Do you have your next person ready to go, or is that the video person? No. MS Cruz Melendez, he's here, yes. The court, okay. All right, so we will be back here in about 10 minutes. Judge ANNM, Donnelly exited the courtroom. Defendant exited the courtroom. Recess taken. Defendant entered the courtroom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Redirect Geddes. SAM OCR RMR CRRPR 1312. The courtroom deputy, all rise. Judge ANNM, Donnelly entered the courtroom. The court, are you ready to get the witness? MS Geddes, yes. MR Scholar, Your Honor, Mr. Kannick, he stepped outside just for a moment. The court, oh, all right, I didn't see him over there, I didn't notice that. Well, I think we can get the witness, and we will just wait until he gets back before we bring in the jury. Pause. Witness entered and resumed the stand. The court, all right, Mr. Kannick is here. Let's get the jury, please. Pause. The courtroom deputy, all rise. Jury enters. The courtroom deputy, you may be seated. The court, all right, welcome back, everybody. We're ready to continue with the redirect examination. Go ahead, Ms. Geddes. Ms. Geddes, thank you. Examination continues by Ms. Geddes. Hugh, before the break we were talking about a federal 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane redirect Geddes. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR 1313. Indictment in which named you, not by name, but by an alias as a victim. Do you recall those questions? A. I do. Q. At the time of the indictment, and at the time that you wrote those letters to the defendant in Defendant's Exhibits Q and R, were you cooperative with the government at that time? A. I was not. Q. In Government Exhibit Excuse me, in Defense Exhibit Q, which is in evidence. Ms. Geddes, and may we publish to the jury, please? Exhibit published to the jury only. By Ms. Geddes, Q. That highlighted part reads, when we carved our initials into that table. Do you recall what you were referring to when you wrote when we carved our initials into that table? A. Yes, I do. Q. What were you referring to specifically in that statement? A. Incident that had happened in 2015, where the defendant had carved our initials at A on a table at the Hyatt. Q. And where was the Hyatt located? A. In Atlanta, Georgia. Q. And do you remember what happened right before the time? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane redirect Geddes. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR 1314. When the defendant carved your initials into that table at the Hyatt? A. Yes. Q. What happened? A. He had planned a picnic. Q. And had you been with the defendant in the immediate days prior to then? A. Yes, I had. Q. Where had you been? A. I believe the big house. A. Mechanic, objection, I believe. The court, well, do you know where you were or not? Don't forget about your microphone. The witness, yes, it was Atlanta, Georgia, at that hotel and the big house. The court, okay. By Ms. Geddes, Q. And when you wrote this letter to the defendant, you knew that one of the rules that the defendant had was to remain positive, correct? A. Yes, it was. Q. And, in fact, Government Exhibit 331, which is in evidence, can you read just that second point? A. Find a positive quote to say to Daddy every day. Q. And were the letters that you wrote an example of? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jane redirect Geddes. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR 1315. Positive things that you were sharing with the defendant? A. Yes, they were. Q. On cross-examination you were asked about 2 audio recordings, and you listened to those recordings, correct? A. Yes, I did. Q. Was that part of that same documentary supporting the defendant? A. Yes, it was. Q. On cross-examination defense counsel, and just to be clear, that documentary, that was the one made by the defendant's friend? A. Yes, it was. Q. Defense counsel on cross-examination showed you Defense Exhibit U. Ms. Geddes, which I am showing the witness only. By Ms. Geddes, Q. Do you recognize Defense Exhibit U? A. Yes. Q. And on cross the defense counsel showed it to you, but this one wasn't read to the jury, correct? A. Correct. Q. Do you remember the circumstances under which you wrote this letter? The court, I'm sorry, is this in evidence or not? Ms. Geddes, it is in evidence. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane redirect Gettys. Sam OCR RMR CRRRPR. 1316. The court, okay. A yes, I do. The court, can it go to the jury? MS Gettys, it can go to the jury, yes. The court, can it go public? MS Gettys, this can go public, yes, at least this page of it can. Exhibit published. By MS Gettys, Q. What were the circumstances under which you wrote this letter? The defendant had told me what to say in this letter. Q. And referring to both this letter and the other handwritten letters that you've testified about when I've been just asking you questions today, who did you give those letters to? The defendant. Q. And defense exhibit U. I am going to refer to page 2. MS Gettys, this is also in evidence. This is already in evidence, and we can publish this as well, not just to the jury. Exhibit published. Q. Where it says, at the age of 17 I never had sex with R.Kelly, is that accurate? That is not accurate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane redirect Gettys. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1317. Q. Whose idea was it to write that? The defendant's. Q. Defense counsel on cross-examination showed you certain reports that had been prepared by agents with the Department of Homeland Security. Do you recall those reports? Yes. Q. Prior to your cross-examination by defense counsel, had you seen any of those reports? Never. Q. And did you ever have an opportunity to review those reports for accuracy? Never. Q. On cross-examination defense counsel asked you about all sorts of things that your parents did. Do you recall those questions? Yes. Q. Who exposed you to a sexually transmitted disease without your consent, your parents? R.Kelly, objection. Q. Or the defendant? The court, overruled. The defendant. Q. Who had sexual contact with you, including sexual intercourse with you, when you were 17 years old, your parents? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane redirect Gettys. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1318. Or the defendant. The defendant. Q. Who made you write letters containing false confessions, your parents, or the defendant? The defendant. Q. Who made you film videos of you engaging in degrading conduct, including smearing and eating feces, your parents, or the defendant? The defendant. Q. Who gave you spankings every 2 to 3 days, your parents, or the defendant? The defendant. Q. Whose idea was it to call those spankings chastisements, your parents, or the defendant? The defendant. Q. Who made you stay in a room or on a tour bus for days at a time as punishment, your parents, or the defendant? The defendant. Q. Who directed you to have sexual contact with other females at his discretion, your parents, or the defendant? The defendant. Q. Who directed you to have contact with nephew, a man you had never even met, at his discretion, your parents, or the defendant? The defendant. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane recross can Nick. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1319. MS Gettys, nothing further, Your Honor. The court, okay. Any recross examination? R.Kelly, yes. Do you need a moment? The court, I've got this. She's ready to go. R.Kelly, I didn't want to just jump right in, Your Honor. Re-cross-examination by R.Kelly. Here you were asked on redirect as to why you told Mr. Kelly that you were 18. It was your parents who told you to tell Mr. Kelly that you were 18, am I correct? That is not correct. Q. And when you told that to the government in your interview, you're saying that was a mistake? That was not accurate. Q. That was not accurate. Which one of these people who are sitting at this table here, indicating, were in the room at the time taking notes? Ms. Geddes, objection. The court, overruled. I feel like we went over this before, but do you remember? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Recross Can Nick. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1320. At any particular time, or just ever? Mechanic, yes. The court, okay. Do you remember which of the people at the table was in the room when you met with them? The witness, they were all present at different times. By a mechanic, Q, and they were taking notes, am I correct? Correct. Q. Now, the government asked you when you wrote the letter to Mr. Kelly when he was in jail, you wrote letters that were positive and uplifting to him, am I correct? Yes. Q. And at that time you weren't seeking a book deal, were you? I was not. Q. Okay. Now you are? I am not. Q. Well, the visit to Stacy Brown was not about a book deal? Ms. Geddes, objection. The court, overruled. You said now. As of today's date? Q. When you after you started cooperating with the government, you sought a book deal, am I correct? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Recross Can Nick. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1321. Correct. Q. Now, are you aware I want to go back to the letter that you sent to your brother? I never sent that letter to my brother. Q. The letter you wrote to your brother. In that letter you said that, Ma continued to nag me about sleeping with him, and trying to get to take as many pictures and videos as I could of him and me because she said to me that she wanted to use those pictures and videos to blackmail him in case he didn't want to do what they asked him to do. In your interview with the government, you told the government, did you not, that your mother had asked you to take as many pictures of you and Mr. Kelly together to include the crazy face ones kissing because she felt that her mother wanted to exploit him to the media since she was 17 years old at the time. That's what you told the government during those meetings, am I correct? That was not accurate. Q. It's written in the document, am I correct? Correct. Q. Okay. And when you were interviewed by the government, they told you to tell the truth, am I correct? Yes, they did. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Recross Can Nick. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1322. Q. And, again, they told you that if you were to make a false statement to a government official, that's a crime? I don't recall that. Q. Are you aware of that? Yes, I am. Q. Now, you also told your brother in that letter about the police officers coming to the door at the Dolphin Hotel. You remember discussing that in the letter, am I correct? It was written in the letter, yes. Q. And that's part of the same thing you told the government during your interview with them of you, am I correct? I don't remember. Q. And do you remember writing in the letter that they didn't even hesitate to take you out of the Florida Education Department? That was not accurate. Q. I didn't ask you if that was accurate, I asked do you recall that being in the letter that you wrote? Yes, that is in that letter. Q. And that's the same thing you told the government, am I correct? I don't recall telling them that. Q. And, of course, if the government wrote that down in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane recross can Nick. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1323. Their paperwork, they made a mistake? I don't know. Hugh, now, in the letter that you wrote directly to your brother, you referenced your father trying to get Mr. Kelly to give him a lighting job, the job of being his light man. Do you remember talking about that in the letter? Yes, I do. Hugh, now, that's the same thing you told the government, am I correct, when you spoke with them? That is correct. Hugh, and you would agree with me that at that time you're fully in cooperation with the government, am I correct? If there is a time stamp or a date. Hugh, well, when you were sitting down being interviewed by the government, you were going to the government and cooperating with them, am I correct? Correct. Hugh, and you would agree with me that Mr. Kelly was not in that room, right? He was not. Hugh, right, he was in jail? No response. Hugh, am I correct? Yes, you are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane recross can Nick. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1324. Hugh, so, he wasn't there to tell you what to say, am I correct? That is true. Hugh, you that came out of your mouth on your own volition, am I correct? M.S. Geddes, objection to tone. The court, objection to what? M.S. Geddes, tone. The court, no, overruled. I don't recall. Hugh, you don't recall that came out of your own mouth of your own volition? M.S. Geddes, objection. The court, well, I have kind of lost the thread of what we're talking about. Do you recall making the statement that Mr. Nick is asking you about? The witness, can you repeat the statement? By Americanic, Hugh, do you recall sitting with the government and giving them your account as to what you said Mr. Kelly subjected you to? Can you rephrase the question? Hugh, you sat down with the government, am I correct? Yes, I did. Hugh, you told them what you said to this jury, am I correct? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane recross can Nick. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1325. What is the question that you're asking me? Hugh, give me the answer to the question that I'm asking you. My question is, you had a meeting with the government? Yes, I did. Hugh, you made an allegation, am I correct? Well, what was the allegation? The court, just answer his question. Americanic, oh Jesus. The court, Mr. Nick, calm down. The witness, I don't understand. The court, well, he just wants answer his question. You had a meeting with the government, you told them certain things. Correct so far? The witness, yes, I did. The court, okay, go ahead, Mr. Nick. By Americanic, Hugh, Mr. Kelly wasn't there, am I correct? No, he was not. Hugh, the things they wrote down on the paper came from you, am I correct? Yes. Hugh, not from Mr. Kelly? No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane redirect Geddes. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1326. Hugh, and the things you told them are the very same things that you told your brother in this letter? That is not true. Americanic, nothing further, Your Honor. The court, okay, any redirect? M.S. Geddes, very briefly, Your Honor. The court, everybody says that, go ahead. M.S. Geddes, I mean it. Redirect examination by M.S. Geddes. Q. On recross-examination you were asked about what happened when the officers, or what you said happened when the officers showed up at the hotel. Did officers show up at the Dolphin Hotel? Mechanic, Your Honor, that's beyond the scope. That's not what I asked. I asked her what's in the document, not what happened. The court, I have to agree. I do think this is well-worn ground that he showed us. If there's something specific and M.S. Geddes, yes. The court, you want to ask that, that's fine. By M.S. Geddes, Q. In the letter to your brother, which is one page of it is in evidence as Defense Exhibit P, it said, once I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Redirect Geddes. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1327. Thereafter about 30 minutes, they planned and called the police. What part, if any, in that statement is untrue? They planned. Q. The rest of it is true though, right? Correct. Q. It's just the case they didn't plan it, correct? Correct. M.S. Geddes, nothing further. The court, anything else, Mr. Cannick? Mechanic, Your Honor, before this witness goes, I just offer I think it's Defense Exhibit I and HH and I ask it to be played for the jury. The court, any objection? M.S. Geddes, no. The court, do we have to play it now? I think we have another witness that's available. Mechanic, okay, we can play it after the witness leaves. The court, well, you are not going to have any more questions for this witness about that, right you? M.S. Geddes, I am not. The court, how long is it? Mechanic, about a minute. The court, oh, if it's that short, you can play it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jane Redirect Geddes. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1328. Mechanic, it's probably a little longer. Give us 5. The court, 5, all right, go ahead. M.S. Geddes, Your Honor, can the witness be excused? The court, yes. Witness was excused and exited the courtroom. Continued on the following page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. CMH OCR RMR CRR FCRR. 1329. The court, it's just audio, correct? Mechanic, it's a video. The court, I thought we were just playing audio. M.S. Geddes, there's no reason, in the government's view, there's no reason to play the video. Mechanic, she saw video and audio. The court, can I ask a question over at the side? We don't need the reporter. Discussion off the record. The court, all right. I think under the circumstances, let's just play the audio. Audio played. Audio stopped. The court, okay. All done? Amir Scholar, no, there's a second video. Audio played. Audio stopped. Mechanic, thank you, Your Honor. The court, all right. Are you ready to call? I think we have somebody appearing by video. No. Who's the next witness? M.S. Cruz Melendez, Your Honor, the government called Keith Williams to the stand. The clerk, please stand and raise your right hand. The witness, Keith Williams, is duly sworn/affirmed by clerk. The clerk, please state your name for the record. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. CMH OCR RMR CRR FCRR. 1330. The witness, Keith Williams. The clerk, thank you. Please have a seat. The court, okay. Mr. Williams, you can take your mask off, and I just want to give you a couple of instructions before we begin. The witness, sure. The court, our court reporters take down everything that you say, so it's important that you not speak too quickly or talk over any of the lawyers that are questioning you. It just makes their job a lot harder. So I'm going to ask you to speak up also into the microphone. If there's a question that you don't understand or want to have clarified, let me know, and I'll have our lawyers do that for you, and just do your best to answer the specific question that you're being asked. Okay? The witness, yes, Your Honor. The court, okay. Go ahead. Is that on? Just tap it. Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Cruz Melendez. Ms. Cruz Melendez, thank you. Continued on next page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Williams direct Cruz Melendez. CMHOCR RMR CRR FCRR. 1331. Direct examination by MS Cruz Melendez. Q. Mr. Williams, are you employed? A. Yes. Q. And how are you employed? A. I'm a pastor. M. Mechanic, I'm sorry. I couldn't hear. A. Yes. Q. And how are you employed? A. I'm a pastor. The court, just move the microphone a little closer to you. Great. Thank you. Q. How long have you been a pastor? A. It will be 14 years in November. Q. Do you do anything else for work? A. I buy and sell a few cars. Q. Where did you grow up? A. Robert Taylor, Englewood and South Shore. Q. Where is that? A. South side of Chicago. Q. Chicago, Illinois. A. Yes. Q. And how far did you go in school? A. 4. I attended college 4 years and not quite, with a completion of a degree. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Williams direct Cruz Melendez. CMHOCR RMR CRR FCRR. 1332. Q. Did you do any other schooling? A. Yes. Q. What kind of schooling? A. Number of training for pastoring, theology, and that kind of stuff. Q. Approximately when did you start attending college? A. I graduated high school in 81, so directly after that. Q. And did you graduate from college? A. I did 4 years with not quite completing. Q. Okay. While attending college, did you work at all? A. Yes. Q. And where did you work? A. I worked a number of jobs. I worked UPS, post office, intervals of several months, First National Bank of Chicago. Many times these jobs were simultaneous. Q. When you worked for UPS, what did you do there? A. I worked in the dispatch office. Q. And approximately when did you work? Approximately how long did you work for UPS? A. Several months. Q. You testified earlier that you currently work as a pastor. Prior to being a pastor, did you work in any other fields? A. Yes. Q. And what field did you work in? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Williams direct Cruz Melendez. CMHOCR RMR CRR FCRR. 1333. A. In the mortgage business. Q. And how old did you work in the mortgage business? A. Number of years, about, many years. I think over 20 years. Q. And approximately when did you first start working in the mortgage industry? A. Dates running together for me, but it was a few years after high school. Q. When you worked in the mortgage industry, were you employed by the businesses, or did you have your own business? The majority of it I worked for other people for a number of years, and then I did have my own business. Q. I'm showing you what's been marked for identification purposes as Government's Exhibit 7, just the witness. Do you see that there, sir, on the screen? No. Q. Do you now see Government's Exhibit 7 on the screen before you? Yes. Q. Do you recognize that? Yes. Q. And generally speaking, what is that? It's a picture of myself. Q. And approximately when, just generally, was this photograph taken? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Williams Direct Cruz Melendez. CMHOCR RMR CRR FCRR. 1334. I would guess maybe 88. Q. And is this photograph a fair and accurate representation of you in the late 80s? Yes. MS Cruz Melendez, the government offers Government Exhibit 7 into evidence. Mechanic, no objection. The court, okay. That's in evidence. MS Cruz Melendez, can we publish to the jury and the public, please? Q. Are you familiar with an individual named Robert Kelly, also known as R.Kelly? Yes. Q. And how do you know Robert Kelly? We've been friends for a long time. The court, I'm having a little trouble hearing you. Can you just speak into the microphone? The witness, yes. We've been friends for a long time. The court, okay. Q. And approximately how old were you at the time when you met Robert Kelly? Early 20s. It could have been earlier. Q. I'm showing the witness and the public and the jury what's in evidence as Government's Exhibit 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Williams Direct Cruz Melendez. CMHOCR RMR CRR FCRR. 1335. Do you recognize the individual in Government's Exhibit 1? Yes. Q. And who is it? Robert Kelly. Q. I'd like you to take a moment and look around the courtroom and tell me whether or not you see Robert Kelly in the courtroom today. Yes. Q. Can you point him out and identify him by identifying a piece of clothing that he's wearing? It's a taupe or caramel-colored shirt, it looks like, from here. The court, indicating the defendant. The witness, I'm sorry? The court, no. I just said you were pointing out the defendant. The witness, yes. The court, all right. Go ahead. Q. And under what circumstances did you meet the defendant? There's a person who grew up who was in my church. He introduced the two of us. Q. At some point, did you become familiar with the defendant's occupation? Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Williams Direct Cruz Melendez. CMHOCR RMR CRR FCRR. 1336. Q. Okay. And what did the defendant do as an occupation? He was a musician, singer, songwriter. Q. And was he working as a singer when you first got to know the defendant? No, he sang, but he was not professionally at that time. I met him before he got signed. Q. Okay. And at some point, did he start singing professionally? Yes. Q. How would you describe your relationship with the defendant? Friends. Q. Okay. And how often would you see the defendant? This is sort of I worked a lot, so it would be a few times a month. Q. Did you ever visit the defendant's home? Yes. MS Cruz Melendez, I'm showing just the witness what's been marked as Government's Exhibit 501A and 501B. Q. Before I do that, actually, you mentioned that you had previously visited the defendant at his home. Do you recall where he lived? Oh well, he owned a home at 1010 George Street. MS Cruz Melendez, so I'm showing just the witness 501A and 501B. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Williams Direct Cruz Melendez. CMHOCR RMR FCRR. 1337. Q, do you see that they're on your screen? A yes. Q, I'm going to show you 501B. Do you recognize these? A yes. Q, and what do you recognize them to be? A 1010 George Street. Q, where the defendant lived? A yes. MS Cruz Melendez, the government offers Government Exhibit 501A and 501B into evidence. The court, any objection? M. Volcanic, no objection. The court, all right. Those are in evidence. MS Cruz Melendez, if I can publish to the jury and to the public, please. Q. So Government's Exhibit 501A and 501B, you testified that that's 1010 George Street where the defendant lived? A yes. Q. Okay. And was that in Chicago, Illinois? A yes. Q. Do you recall the time frame when the defendant lived there? A no. Q. Was it the early days when you met the defendant? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Williams Direct Cruz Melendez. CMHOCR RMR FCRR. 1338. A yes. Well, on the early days, he didn't own a home. Q. At some point when you knew the defendant, did he own the home at 1010 George Street? A yes. Q. And did you also visit the defendant at any studios? A yes. Q. Do you recall where the studio was? A no. Q. Was it in Chicago? A yes. Q. Do you recall the general area? A. It was west of the Loop of Chicago Loop or west of North Michigan Avenue, and, it was between Halsted, and it was north, the near north side of Chicago. Q. Now, during your friendship with the defendant, at any point, did you travel with the defendant? A yes. Q. On how many occasions did you travel with the defendant? A. I think just a couple. Q. And when you traveled with the defendant, what mode of transportation did you use? A. I traveled with him on a bus once, I remember for sure, and Q. What kind of bus? A. It was a tour bus. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Williams Direct Cruz Melendez. CMHOCR RMR FCRR. 1339. Q. And did you travel outside of the state with the defendant? A yes. Q. Generally speaking, do you recall where you went on the tour bus with the defendant? A yes. I think the only time that I was on the tour bus with them was when we went to Louisiana. Q. Now, during the time period that you were friends with the defendant, did you have an opportunity to meet people in the defendant's inner circle? A yes. Q. Who do you recall meeting? A. I met a number of people. Q. Any names that you recall meeting? A. Gerald. Q. You said Gerald. Do you know Gerald's full name? A. Yes, Gerald Jones. Q. And did Gerald have any nicknames? A. Yes. Q. Anyone else? A. I met Q. I'm sorry. What was Gerald Jones' nickname? A. Blackie. Q. Anyone else? A. Yes. I met Daryl McDavid. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Williams Direct Cruz Melendez. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1340. Q. And who did you know Daryl McDavid to be? A. He was the accountant. Q. Whose accountant? A. Robert's accountant. Q. And just going back to Gerald, the individual you said who was nicknamed Blackie, who was he to the defendant? A. I believe he's a blood relative. Q. Do you know what kind of relative? A. Not really, but they're pretty close. I think maybe first cousins or something. Q. And anyone else? A. I met June and I don't know his last name. I met a number of people. Q. Are you familiar with an individual named Barry Hankerson? A. Yes. Q. And who is Barry Hankerson? A. Barry is Robert's manager. MS Cruz Melendez. I'm showing the witness only what's been marked for identification purposes as Government's Exhibit 8. Q. Do you recognize that individual? A. Yes. Q. And who is it? A. Gerald Jones. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Williams Direct Cruz Melendez. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1341. The court, Gerald Jones? Q. Sir, I'm having trouble hearing you. A. Gerald Jones. The court, so much better. Thanks. Q. And Gerald Jones, that's the individual you said was nicknamed Blackie? A. Yes. Q. Is this a fair and accurate representation of Gerald Jones, also known as Blackie? A. Yes. MS Cruz Melendez, the government offers Government Exhibit 8 into evidence. The court, any objection? Mechanic, no. The court, all right. That's in evidence. You can publish. Government Exhibit 8 so marked. Q. You also testified that you were familiar with an individual from your friendship with the defendant named Daryl McDavid. MS Cruz Melendez. I'm showing the witness and the public what's in evidence as Government's Exhibit 12. Q. Do you recognize that individual? A. Yes. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Williams Direct Cruz Melendez. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1342. Q. And who is that? A. Daryl McDavid. Q. Are you familiar with an individual named Aaliyah? A. Yes. Q. Who is Aaliyah? A. She's the entertainer who died a tragic death. Q. And what, if any, relationship did she have with the defendant? A. I'm told that they were married. Matter of fact, they were married. A. Mechanic, I'm going to object. The court, how do you know they were married? The witness, it was referenced in the public, it was in the media. The court, all right. Is that the only way you know about it? Were you there when they got married? The witness, no. The court, all right. Next question. Q. Are you familiar with you testified that you're familiar with an individual named Barry Hankerson? A. Yes. Q. And what, if any, connection did Barry Hankerson have to Aaliyah? A. I believe that they were blood relatives. A. Mechanic, I'm going to object. If he knows for 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Williams Direct Cruz Melendez. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1343. A fact, he can testify. The court, do you know if they were? Sometimes people say I believe and they actually know. The witness, I don't know. The court, next question. Q. You previously testified that you had a mortgage business, correct? A. Yes. Q. Can you just explain generally to the jurors what that entails, just very generally? A. If somebody needed a mortgage, they would come and we would take their information, and broker it to an institution that would fund their mortgage. Q. Mortgages for houses, real estate? A real estate. Q. Things of that nature? A yes. Q. And did you have when you had your own business, did you have an office? A yes. Q. Did the defendant ever visit you at that office? A yes. It was, to my knowledge, maybe once or twice maybe. Q. So I want to talk about an incident in which the defendant visited you at your office. A yes. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Williams Direct Cruz Melendez. CMHOCR RMR CRR FCRR. 1344. Q. OK. If you could explain to the jurors what happened when the defendant visited you there. He indicated, I believe, that he was going to get married. Q. When you say he indicated, what do you mean? A. Robert. Q. The defendant? A. Yes. Q. So just to be clear, the defendant visited you at your office? A. Yes. Q. And he indicated to you that he wanted to be married, correct? A. Yes. Q. At the time, did you know who he wanted to marry? A. The Aaliyah. Q. Now, who, if anyone, else was with the defendant when he came to your office to say he wanted to get married to Aaliyah? A. There were a number of people. Q. Do you recall any of the names of the people who were there? A. In my office, not necessarily in where we were. Q. Correct, in your office. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Williams Direct Cruz Melendez. CMHOCR RMR CRR FCRR. 1345. A. I think it was June and Demetrius. Q. Do you know Demetrius' last name? A. No. Q. And you also mentioned June was there. Correct? A. It could have been some others. I just don't. Q. OK. Do you recall what, if any, relationship June had to the defendant? A. I think he was, like, an assistant. Q. What did the defendant say to you after he told you he wanted to get married to Aaliyah? A. He asked if I knew a minister. Q. And what did you say? A. Yes. Q. You said yes, you knew a minister? A. Yes. Q. And did you provide him with any names of ministers? A. Yes. Q. Whose name did you provide? A. Nathan Edmond. Q. And how did you know Nathan Edmond? A. He was also involved in real estate, and he was a tax buyer sort of person, and he was involved in real estate in general. Q. Was he a minister? A. Yes. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Williams Direct Cruz Melendez. CMHOCR RMR CRR FCRR. 1346. Q. And how did you know that? A. I knew him from real estate, and we were friends. Q. I'm showing just the witness what's been marked as, for identification purposes, as Government's Exhibit 89. Do you see that there, sir? A. Yes. Q. Generally speaking, what's in Government's Exhibit 89? A. A picture of Nathan Edmond. Q. And is that a fair and accurate representation of Nathan Edmond? A. Yes. M.S. Cruz Melendez, the government offers Government's Exhibit 89. The court, any objection? M. Canic, no. The court, all right. That's in evidence. You can publish it. Government Exhibit 89 so marked. Q. So you mentioned that this meeting with the defendant happened at your office. Do you recall where your office was located? A. 9730, Southwestern in Evergreen Park, Illinois. Q. Is that near Chicago? A. Yes. Q. How close is it to Chicago? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Williams direct Cruz Melendez. CMHOCR RMR FCRR. 1347. A one side of the west side of Western is Evergreen Park, and the east side of Western is Chicago. Q. So is it like a suburb of Chicago? A. Yes. Q. So you testified that you recommended Nathan Edmond to the defendant. A. Yes. Q. Who, if anyone, reached out to Nathan Edmond once you recommended him to the defendant? A. I'm not sure. I'm not sure, but I may have called him. I just don't remember. Q. When you say you may have called him, what do you mean, you may have called Nathan Edmond? A. Yes. Q. Did Nathan Edmond ultimately agree to officiate the wedding? A. Yes. Q. Did the defendant say when he intended to marry Aaliyah? A. Not specifically. Q. Did you get an impression as to the time frame as to when it was to happen? A. My assumption was that it was going to be soon. Q. So, Mr. Williams, I want to turn your attention for a moment. Have you ever been convicted for a crime? A. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Williams direct Cruz Melendez. CMHOCR RMR FCRR. 1348. Q. And what crime were you convicted of? A. 1 count of bank fraud and 1 count of perjury. Q. And approximately when was this? A. This was approximately early 2000 and maybe 1 or 2. Q. And generally speaking, what were the circumstances that led to your conviction? A. There was a transaction that went through my office, and I benefited from it, and I got indicted. It was a 95 transaction, and I went to trial and I lost. Q. Were you sentenced as a result of your conviction? A. Yes. Q. And what was your sentence? A. 24 months. Q. And did you serve this sentence? A. No. Q. What did you serve? A. I went, ended up the judge gave me an option of going to boot camp even though I was too old, and it ended up being 7 months. Q. And you served those 7 months at boot camp? A. Yes. Q. Now, turning back to your interactions with the defendant, at any point did you work for the defendant? A. No. Q. Did you and the defendant ever discuss the prospects of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Williams direct Cruz Melendez. CMHOCR RMR FCRR. 1349. You working for him? A. Yes. Q. What did you discuss? A. Robert. When I got in trouble, Robert offered to give me a job. He described it as being in the point system. Q. And what did you understand that to mean? A. One of his managers. Q. Now, you had previously mentioned that Barry Hankerson was his manager, correct? A. Yes. Q. And you mentioned that the defendant had offered you a job as a manager? A. Yes. Q. Did you understand you would be replacing Barry Hankerson? A. I did not. I just don't remember the time frame. I did not. MS Cruz Melendez, nothing further. The court, any cross-examination? M. Mechanic, just maybe 1 or 2 questions. The court, okay. Good afternoon. The court, is your microphone on? M. Mechanic, I think it's on. The court, okay. Let's give it a shot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Sidebar. CMHOCR RMR FCRR. 1350. Cross-examination by M. R.Kelly. Mr. Williams, Do you recall occasions when Robert would call you crying? A yes. Ms. Cruz Melendez, objection, Your Honor. The court, sustained. Americanic, may we have a brief sidebar, Your Honor? The court, yes. The following occurred at sidebar. The court, talk about beyond the scope of the direct. Americanic, this is not. Your Honor, in the direct examination by the people, the court, the government. Americanic, yes, by the government, there was inquiry as to knowledge about the wedding that Robert planned for himself and Aaliyah. The court, right. Americanic, and in the statement the court, oh, that can't come in. That's hearsay. Americanic, no. This is from Robert to him. The court, Kelly called Williams crying sometimes. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Sidebar. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR 1351. And Kelly stated that he married her to protect her from her mother. That is rank hearsay. Sorry. Americanic, I'm not offering it for the truth of the matter, Your Honor. The court, yes, you are. Americanic, no, I'm not. The court, what are you offering it for? Americanic, that this is what he said. The court, that's hearsay. Americanic, my exception. The court, nice try. Do you have any further questions? Americanic, no. I don't think so. I always like to end on a high note, Your Honor, so I have to find a high knot. The court, okay. Nothing hearsay though. End of sidebar conference. Continued on next page. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Williams Cross Can Nick. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR 1352. By Americanic, Q. testified earlier that Barry Hankerson was Mr. Kelly's manager. A yes. Q. Okay. And Barry Hankerson, I think you testified, might have been related to Aaliyah? A. It was my understanding, yes. Q. And near the time that withdrawn. Barry Hankerson was eventually terminated by Mr. Kelly, am I correct? A yes. Q. And Barry Hankerson had a fearsome reputation, am I correct? A yes. Americanic, thank you. The court, all right. Americanic, nothing further. The court, any redirect? Ms. Cruz Melendez, no, Your Honor. The court, all right. Thank you, Mr. Williams. You can step down. Witness excused. The court, all right. We are just at the lunch break, so I think we'll break for lunch at 2:15. Don't talk about the case or anything else about the 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Williams Cross Can Nick. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR 1353. Witnesses or anything like that, but do have a good lunch, and we'll see you at 2:15. Jury exits. The court, all right. So what's the do you have other witnesses for this afternoon? Any of them video? Ms. Geddes, yes. The court, which one? The one we talked about this morning. Ms. Geddes, no. Veronica Jackson. She'll be testifying about the 241, the t-shirt. The court, okay. And anybody after that? Ms. Geddes, we have 2 initial witnesses. The court, all right. Americanic, who are they? Ms. Geddes, there I'll let you know. Malik and Arnold. The court, so the government has given the names of the witnesses to the defense. Anything else that we have to do before we break for lunch? MS Geddes, not from the government. The court, I just need to see the parties at the side without the reporter just a second just on scheduling. Discussion off the record. The court, I think we're good. Have a good lunch, everyone. Lunch in recess. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Williams Cross Can Nick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1354. AFTERNOONSESSION, time noted, 2:25 p.m. In open court, jury not present. The courtroom deputy, all rise. The court, everybody can have a seat. Just before we start, I need to see the parties on the side with the court reporter. All right, can I see the lawyers at the side for a minute, please? Continued on the next page. Sidebar conference. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Williams Cross Can Nick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1355. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Williams Cross Can Nick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1356. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Williams Cross Can Nick. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1357. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Proceedings. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1358. In open court, jury not present. The court, so I know we have our witness on video, and I think we need our jurors, unless there's not anything else, I'm sure, because the witness is here. All right, so let's get the jury. The courtroom deputy, all rise. Jury enters the courtroom. The courtroom deputy, you may be seated. The court, all right, I hope you had a good lunch, everyone. We are ready to proceed with the next witness, who's going to be testifying remotely. Go ahead, Ms. Geddes. Ms. Geddes, the government calls Veronica Jackson. The courtroom deputy, Ms. Jackson, can you please stand and raise your right hand? The witness, should I stand? Witness takes the witness stand. Continued on next page. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Proceedings. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1359. Veronica Jackson, called as a witness, having been first duly sworn/affirmed, was examined and testified as follows. The witness, yes. The courtroom deputy, please state your name for the record. The witness, Veronica Jackson. The courtroom deputy, thank you. You may be seated. The court, all right. Ms. Jackson, can you hear me? The witness, yes, I can. The court, okay, just a few instructions. We have court reporters that take down everything that you say. So just take your time, don't speak too quickly, and let whichever lawyer is asking questions, let them finish the question before you answer so we're not stepping all over each other. And then the final thing is if there's a question that you need to have repeated or clarified, just let me know, okay? The witness, okay. The court, okay, great. Go ahead, Ms. Geddes. Ms. Geddes, thank you. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jackson Direct Geddes. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1360. Direct examination by Ms. Geddes. Hugh, good afternoon. Where do you work? Illinois State Police Forensic Science Center at Chicago. Hugh, and what is your title at the Forensic Science Center in Chicago? I am a forensic scientist in the biology section. Hugh, how long have you worked as a forensic scientist in the biology section? 13 years. Hugh, what is the forensic biology section responsible for doing? We examine evidence for the presence of biological substances such as blood, semen, and urine. Blood, semen, and saliva. We testify in court when necessary and document our results. Hugh, and is the Forensic Science Center in Chicago an accredited lab? Yes. Hugh, by whom is it accredited? It is accredited by ANAB, which is it's a long name, American National Standards Institute. American Society of Quality. National Accreditation, Board. ANAB. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jackson Direct Geddes. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1361. Hugh, okay. And just generally, what is involved in the accreditation process? The accreditation board, they come to our lab. They make sure we're operating under certain guidelines. They check things like our documentation of equipment maintenance, analysts, case files, and case chemical storage. Things like that. Hugh, can you tell the jury about your educational background? I have a bachelor's degree in biology from Northern Illinois University. Hugh, and have you received any training or additional education to perform your job as a forensic scientist in the forensic biology unit? Yes. The Illinois State Police has a forensics program, training program, for biology. Hugh, how long is that program? That's a year. Hugh, and did you participate in that program? Yes. Hugh, as a forensic scientist, have you had occasion to analyze evidence for the presence of biological fluids? Yes. Hugh, approximately how many times have you conducted such tests? Thousands of times. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Jackson Direct Geddes. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1362. Hugh, did you say thousands? Thousands of times, yes. Thousands. Hugh, and have you previously testified as an expert in court regarding the analysis of evidence for biological fluids? Yes. Hugh, approximately how many times? 18. Ms. Geddes, Your Honor, pursuant to Federal Rule of Evidence Rule 702, I'd like to offer Ms. Jackson as an expert in the field of forensic biology. The court, any objection? Mechanic, none. The court, okay. The witness will be an expert. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll talk to you a little bit about what that means more in my final instructions. But generally, when someone possesses expertise in an area that most of us don't understand, a person is permitted to testify as an expert witness. Go ahead. Ms. Geddes, thank you. By Ms. Geddes, Hugh, can you explain to the jury the process for analyzing a piece of evidence for the presence of biological fluids? Which biological fluid? Or just general or? Hugh, why don't you talk about the process for looking for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jackson Direct Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1363. Presence of saliva and semen? A-OK. So for saliva and semen, we use an alternative light source to look for stains on the evidence. And when I find those stains, I take samples of those stains and use tests. The court, can you just the witness, sorry. The court, that's okay, I interrupted you. Hugh, can you describe the particular tests that you use to determine whether saliva is present on a particular piece of evidence? The tests that indicates the presence of saliva is our Fadibas test. Hugh, just for the benefit of the court reporter, is that PHADEBAS? A yes. Hugh, what is the Fadibas test? A. It is a color change test that indicates the presence of saliva. It tests for the protein amylase that is high concentrations usually in saliva. Hugh, and can you describe the tests that are used to determine whether semen is present on a particular piece of evidence? We usually use 3 types of tests. There's an acid phosphatase test, which is a presumptive test. It indicates the presence of semen by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jackson Direct Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1364. With a color change that approximates a protein that is present in semen is present. Then there's AP30 test, which is another protein that is present in high concentrations in semen. So it is also a presumptive test, meaning that it is similar to a pregnancy test or a pregnancy strip. So when that's positive, it indicates the presence of semen. Then we have a confirmatory test, which is a microscopic search for sperm. And that is, again, a confirmatory test under a microscope. Hugh, and can you explain what you are looking for in the microscopic test? Some sperm cells. Hugh, so is it fair to say that you put the sample underneath a microscope, and you look for the presence of sperm? Yes. Hugh, and in this case, were you asked to analyze a particular piece of evidence for the presence of biological substances? Yes. Hugh, what substances were you looking for? Saliva and semen. Ms. Gettys, Your Honor, may I approach? The court, yes. Hugh, I'm showing the witness what's in evidence as government. Exhibit 241. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jackson Direct Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1365. Counsel approaches the witness. AO. Hugh, do you recognize this shirt that I'm showing you? I don't see it right now. I do. I do. Hugh, and a yes. That is my initials and the date of my analysis. Hugh, so fair to say you recognize Government Exhibit 241, which I just showed you, based on your initials that you saw on that manila tag? Yes. Hugh, now did you prepare notes in connection with your analysis of Government Exhibit 241? Yes. Hugh, and do you have a copy of your report and the associated notes in front of you? Yes. Hugh, and would reviewing that report and those notes assist you in your testimony today? Yes. Ms. Gettys, the witness is referring to what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 3500 VJ6. And with the court's permission, I'd like Ms. Jackson to be able to refer to her notes to assist her with her testimony today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jackson Direct Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1366. The court, any objection? Americanic, as if it's used to refresh her recollection. The court, wait. You don't object to her refreshing her recollection? Americanic, no. The court, all right. Go ahead. M.S. Gettys, thank you. By M.S. Gettys, Hugh. When did Forensic Science Center receive Government Exhibit 241, the blue t-shirt that I just showed you? A. It was received in the lab February 13, 2019. Hugh. What was the condition of Government Exhibit 241 when you received it? A. It was in a sealed condition. Hugh. And when did you receive it? A. I received it on March 8. Hugh. Is March 8 the day that you prepared your report? A. That is the day that I prepared my report. I don't have my list of custody of the shirt, so I don't know the exact date that I received it. Hugh. Can I direct your attention to the fourth page of what's in front of you? And it's identified as page 2 of 4. Do you see it, that page in front of you? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jackson Direct Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1367. A. Yes. My start date. Hugh. And what, if anything, does reviewing that tell you about the date on which you received this piece of evidence, Government Exhibit 241? So I did start it on February 15, 2019. Hugh. So fair to say that you had received it on or before February 15 of 2019? A. Yes. Hugh. What did you initially do with Government Exhibit 241 when you received it? When I received it, I made sure that it came to me in a sealed condition, and it had initials and dates on it from our laboratory. And then I opened the package and looked at the evidence. Hugh. And when you say you looked at the evidence, what were you looking for? Just looking to see if there were notable stains. Looking at the manufacturer's tags and the size. And just seeing if it was damaged in any way. Hugh. And when you say you looked at it, you're referring to just using your naked eye to look at that? A. Yes. Hugh. What did you do after that? A. After that, I looked at it using the alternative light. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jackson Direct Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1368. Source. Hugh. What is an alternative light source? A. It is a source, a UV light, that shows stains that can't be seen with the naked eye. Hugh. What, if anything, did your review of Government Exhibit 241 with an alternative light source show you? A. It showed stains on the shirt. And there were stains by the neck area that I chose to analyze. And there were additional stains as well, but I did not analyze at this time. Hugh. Now you said that there were stains that you did analyze that were by the neck area. On which side of the t-shirt did you identify those stains? The inside neck area. Neckline. Hugh. All right. And I'm showing the witness what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 241B, as in boy. A. Yes. Hugh. Do you see 241B? A. Yes. Hugh. Do you recognize that? A. Yes. Hugh. What is that? Those are my markings of the fluorescent stains that I. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jackson Direct Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1369. Observed on the shirt. Hugh. And is that a photograph of the t-shirt with your markings on it? A. Yes. M.S. Gettys. the government offers 241B. The court, any objection? Mechanic, no. The court, okay, that's in evidence. Government Exhibit 241B was received in evidence. Ms. Geddes, may we publish? The court, yes. Exhibit published. Q. Now, Ms. Jackson, do you have a copy in the notes that you brought with you and what's been identified as 3500 VJ6 of that photograph? A. Yes. Q. All right. So even though you can't see my screen, you can see it in front of you, is that correct? A. Correct. Q. All right. So there is an area that appears to be identified with the number 1, a 2, and a 3. Do you see that? A. Yes. Q. All right. What, if anything, did you name those 3 areas? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jackson Direct Geddes. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1370. A 1 is Q1 stain. 2 is Q2 stain. And 3 is Q3 stain. Q OK. And where the black lines are next to 1, 2 and 3, is it inside those lines where the alternative light source revealed the presence of some type of stain? A. Right. Right. Fluorescence, yes. Q. And again, just to be clear, this is on the inside of the t-shirt, not the exterior of the t-shirt, correct? A. Correct. Q. Did you conduct a test to determine whether there was saliva present on any of the stains that you identified using the alternative light source? A. Yes, on all 3 stains. Q. And did you use that same Fadibas test that you testified about earlier? A. Yes. Q. What did you conclude based on conducting the Fadibas test? A. Q1 was inconclusive. Q2 was negative. And Q3 was inconclusive as well. Q. Now, just to be clear, there's a portion on 241B, the photograph, that has your markings, next to the 2. Is that the area that you identified as Q2? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jackson Direct Geddes. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1371. A. Yes. Q. And you said the other 2 areas where the 1 is and where the 3 is, they were inconclusive, is that correct? A. Yes. Q. What do you mean by saying that the tests were inconclusive for the presence of saliva? A. Every day that we run the Fadibas test, we run a positive control and a negative control to make sure the test is working properly. And the positive control, the color change is a dark blue. Because it's a positive control, you want it to be to need to see saliva, or so that you know what's going to be positive. So if I do a test stain and the color, there's a color change but it's not as deep and dark as that positive, we call that inconclusive. Q. And what, if anything, are you able to conclude regarding whether or not there was saliva present on that t-shirt? Or in area? There was. Q. I'm sorry, let me be clear. I'm asking about whether what you were able to conclude about the presence of saliva on the areas marked as Q1 and Q3. A. It was inconclusive, but that there was a color change. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jackson Direct Geddes. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1372. So based on that, if that was our only test we would run, it would go forward to DNA. So it would go to further analysis for DNA. If it was negative and there was no color change, it would not. Q. Now as you sit here today, can you say whether or not there was saliva present in Q1 on Q1 or Q3? A. I can say that it was indicated there. It was inconclusive. Right, it's inconclusive. Q, so you can't A, but there was a color change. Q, so you can't say for sure one way or the other. Is that correct? A, correct. Q, okay. Now, did you also conduct an examination of Government Exhibit 241 for the presence of semen? A, yes. Q, and of the 3 tests that you described earlier relating to the presence of semen, which of those did you conduct? A, I conducted all 3 tests on 2 of the samples. And then only one of the tests on Q2. Q, okay. And so beginning with Q2, which is, again, is that the area where next to where the 2 is? A, it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jackson Direct Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1373. Q, what did you conclude about Q2, whether or not it showed if there was semen present there? A, no semen was indicated from that stain. Q, and how many tests did you say you performed with respect to Q1 and Q3? A, I performed all 3 tests on Q1 and Q3. Q, and based on your performing those 3 tests, what did you conclude? A, that semen was identified on Q1 and Q3. Q, and you testified earlier that the microscopic analysis is a confirmatory test. Is that correct? A, yes. Q, and did you, in fact, review samples from Q1 and Q3 under a microscope? A, yes. Q, what did you see under the microscope on Q1 and Q3? A, I saw sperm cells for Q1 and Q3. For those samples. Q, and when you say sperm, are you referring to sperm and semen? A, yes. M, mechanic, objection. The court, overruled. Q, what, if anything, were you able to conclude about the quantity of semen on Q1 and Q3? A, on Q1, the microscopic rating was +3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jackson Direct Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1374. And for Q3, the microscopic rating was +4. Q, now what are the available? What is the range of results that can be found as a microscopic rating? A, there's the lowest, which is, well, negative. Then trace. And the highest is +4. Q, what, if anything, how can you, is there any way in which you can describe what a rating of +4 equates to in terms of how much semen was present? A, so trace would be if when I'm looking at a slide, and I take the stain, the sample that I put on there, trace would be finding at least 1 sperm cell, and it's hard to find. But semen is identified. +4 +3 is looking all over and finding sperm heads all over. And then 4 is in all the fields that I look in of the sample, I'm finding many sperms. So it's easy to find. They're everywhere. Every time I move my microscope, I can see them. Q, and A, it's not hard to find. Q, when you say sperm heads, what do you mean by that? A, sperm cells. Spermatozoa. Q, just what do you refer by the head? Is there a head and a tail? A, it's the sperm cells, sorry. Sperm cell. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Jackson Direct Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1375. The sperm cell. It's the sperm. So I see the sperm. Q, what did you do once you had determined that semen was present on the areas you marked as Q1 and Q3? Adjust photographs of the shirt and the stains and samples to go forward for DNA analysis. Q, and in Government Exhibit 241, which is now in evidence, there are some cut holes in the t-shirt. Are those holes cut from where you cut the samples for Q1 and Q3? A yes. Yes, for testing and then for further to send to DNA, yes. Q. Now did you conduct the DNA analysis on the sperm that you identified on Government Exhibit 241? A no. MS. Geddes, no further questions. The court, okay. Cross-examination? M. Mechanic, none, Your Honor. The court, okay, all right. Thank you so much. You are excused. The witness, okay, thank you. The court, thanks a lot. The witness, okay, bye. The court, okay. Are you ready to call your next witness? Continued on the following page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Proceedings. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR 1376. Continuing. MS Shahada, yes, the government calls Malik Ben Abdullah. The court, give us just a second, I think we've got to move some stuff here. Pause. The court, okay, you can get the witness. The witness entered and took the stand. The courtroom deputy, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? The witness, yes, ma'am. Witness sworn. The courtroom deputy, please state your name for the record. The witness, Malik Ben Abdullah. The courtroom deputy, have a seat, please. The court, okay, just a few ground rules before we start. You can take your mask off. The lawyers are going to ask you questions and our court reporter takes down everything that you say. So, you've got to speak into the microphone so everybody can hear you. And the second thing is, you can't speak too quickly. Okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Proceedings. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR 1377. The witness, okay. The court, and then you can also, just don't speak over whichever lawyer is asking you questions. The witness, okay. The court, and then if there is a question that one of the lawyers asks that you don't understand or you want to have repeated, just let me know and I will have them rephrase it. And then finally, just do your best to answer only the question that you're being asked. Okay? The witness, okay. The court, okay. Go ahead. Continued on the following page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Ben Abdullah Direct Shiata. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR 1378. Malik Ben Abdallah, called as a witness by the government, having been duly sworn/affirmed by the courtroom deputy, was examined and testified as follows. Direct examination by MS Shahada. Q. Good afternoon. Did you receive a subpoena to testify here today? The court, I don't think the microphone is on. M. Mechanic, I didn't hear. Q. Did you receive a subpoena to testify here today? A yes. Q. Do you want to be here today? A no, not really. Q. How old are you? A 22. Q. What city did you go to high school? A. Orlando. Q. Did you grow up in Orlando? A. No. Q. When did you move to Orlando? A. In 2014. Q. And approximately what time of year did you move to Orlando in 2014? A. Around September. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Ben Abdullah Direct Shiata. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR 1379. Q. And did you start that school year there? A. Yes. Q. What school year were you entering in September 2014? A. My sophomore year of high school. Q. Where did you go to high school? A. Freedom High School. Q. Did you graduate from Freedom High School? A. Yes. Q. What year did you graduate? A. 2017. Q. I am showing you what's in evidence as Government Exhibit 75. Exhibit published. Q. Do you see that photo? A. Yes. Q. Without seeing this person's name, do you recognize the person in this photograph? A. Yes. Ms. Shahada, I am now showing the witness and the jury only what's in evidence as Government Exhibit 75. A. By Ms. Shahada, Q. Is this the same photograph I just showed you in Government Exhibit 75? A. Yes. Q. And is this the true name you know this individual by? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Ben Abdullah Direct Shiata. Sam OCR RMR CRRPR. 1380. A. Yes. Ms. Shahada, I am showing the witness only what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 75. C. Q. Is this the same photograph in the two exhibits I just showed you with the name Jane in quotation marks underneath? A. Yes. Ms. Shahada, I move to admit Government Exhibit 75. C. Mechanic, no objection. The court, okay, that's in evidence. Government's Exhibit 75. C. Was received in evidence. Exhibit published. By Ms. Shahada, Q. And for the purposes of your testimony here today, we are going to refer to this individual as Jane. Okay? A. Okay. Q. Now, directing your attention to your sophomore year in high school, so the year you entered school in September 2014. Who were your closest friends that year? A. Jane and my friend Mia. Q. And is Mia a nickname? A. Yes. Q. What is Mia's full name? A. Jamia. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Ben Abdullah Direct Shiata. Sam OCR RMR CRRPR. 1381. Q. What's her last name? A. Coates. Q. Now, were you, Jane and Mia all the same age? A. No. Jane was a year older than us. Q. And when you started your sophomore year of high school, how old were you? A. I was 15. Q. And was Jane in the same grade as you or a different grade? A. No, she was a year above Mia and I. Q. So, was she a junior when you were a sophomore? A. Yes. Q. Now, what types of things did you, Jane and Jamia, or Mia, do when you hung out together in high school? A. We hung out all the time. We had lunch together. And we used to hang out outside of school sometimes. Q. When you hung out outside of school, what types of things did you do? A. We would just, go to each other's houses or get food together or, do things like that, like watch movies and stuff. Q. Now, what, if any, extracurricular activities do you recall Jane doing while she was in high school with you? A. She used to sing. She was in a club called the Patriot Singers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Ben Abdullah Direct Shiata. Sam OCR RMR CRRPR. 1382. Q. And what, if any, performances did Jane do for her singing? A. She did a lot of performances, in front of audiences and stuff. It was like a hobby of hers. Q. Now, did you and Jane stay in touch throughout your high school years? A. No. Q. What happened, or why didn't you stay in touch throughout your high school years? A. She left and just kinda stopped contact after a while. Q. Around when did Jane leave? A. It was May of my sophomore year. Q. Okay. And so you started your sophomore year in September of 2014, is that right? Yeah. Q. And so, May would have been May of 2015? Yes, sorry. Q. That's okay. And when you say Jane left, what do you mean by that? She left. She went to go meet with R.Kelly, and she was gone for a while. Q. Now, after Jane initially left, did you and Jane stay in contact with each other? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Ben Abdullah Direct Shiata. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1383. Q. And initially, how were you in contact with her? We had, like, over the phone contact. Q. And what types of communications over the phone did you have? Like texts and calls and like FaceTime calls. Q. And initially, about how often did you communicate with Jane after she left? We communicated often, but it just gradually lessened over time. Q. At some point did your communications with Jane stop completely? Yes. Q. Around when was that? It was around after she turned 18. Q. And do you recall approximately when Jane's birthday was? Yeah, December 30th of she turned 18, when I was my sophomore year. Q. Now, do you recall what phone number you used back in 2015, what cell phone you used? That I used? Q. Yes. Yes. Q. And do you still use that number today? Yes, I do. MS Shahada, I'm showing the witness only what's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Ben Abdullah Direct Shiata. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1384. Been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 936. By MS Shahada. Q. Without saying what this phone number is, do you recognize this phone number? Yes. Q. And what is this? Without reading it, what is this phone number? It's my phone number. Q. And is this your cell phone number? Yes. Q. And is this the same cell phone number you've had since 2015? Yes. Q. And including 2015? Yes. MS Shahada. I would like to offer Government Exhibit 936 for the jury only. The court, any objection? Mechanic, no objection. The court, okay. Government's Exhibit 936 was received in evidence. MS Shahada, and may we publish it for the jury only, please? The court, yes. Exhibit published to the jury only. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Ben Abdullah Direct Shiata. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1385. By MS Shahada. Q. Now, do you recall what number or numbers Jane used when you communicated with her in or around 2015? And not off the top of my head. Q. Did you communicate with Jane on multiple numbers in 2015? Yes. MS Shahada. I'm showing the witness only what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 204. By MS Shahada. Q. Do you recognize Government Exhibit 204? Yes. Q. And what do you recognize it to be? The contact that I had for Jane. Q. And is this a screenshot of the contact on your cell phone? Yes. MS Shahada. I move to admit Government Exhibit 204. Mechanic, no objection. The court, okay, that's in evidence. Government's Exhibit 204 was received in evidence. MS Shahada, and may I publish it to the jury only, please? Exhibit published to the jury only. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Ben Abdallah Direct Shiata. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1386. By MS Shahada, Hugh at the top here, indicating, is that Jane's true name? A yes. Hugh, and can you read out what number is listed here? A 708-769-0779. MS Shahada, may I approach, Your Honor? The court, yes. Hugh, I am about to show you what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 205, A through 205, A through 205, M. Prior to your testimony here today, did you have a chance to look at what I just handed you? A yes. Hugh, and generally speaking, what are those exhibits? They are my text messages with her. Hugh, with Jane? With Jane, yeah. Hugh, and are those text messages from 2015 and early 2016? A yes. MS Shahada, Your Honor, some of these texts are already in evidence, but I'd like to offer all of 205, A through M. The court, any objection? Emir Kanik, no objection. The court, okay, those are in evidence and you can. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Ben Abdallah Direct Shiata. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1387. Publish them publicly? Do you want them just for the jury, or how do you want them? MS Shahada, I think I will determine that depending on the page. The court, with each page? MS Shahada, yes. The court, okay. MS Shahada, may I just approach to retrieve? The court, sure. Government's Exhibit 205, A through 205, M, was received in evidence. By MS Shahada, Hugh, now, I am showing you Government Exhibit 205, A. MS Shahada, and this can be for everyone. Exhibit published. Hugh, and focusing first on the number up top, the number 407-360 for 738, what is that? That's a phone number that Jane was using at that time. Hugh, okay. And the date of this series of text messages is October 3rd, 2015, correct? A yes. Hugh, now, the texts that are in gray here, are those your texts or Jane's texts? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Ben Abdallah Direct Shiata. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1388. A Jane's. Hugh, and directing your attention to the second text, well, actually, withdrawn. At the time of these texts, had Jane already left Orlando? A yes. Hugh, and had you spoken to her before she left? A before she left? Hugh, before she left Orlando, had you spoken to her? A no. Hugh, well, yeah, I mean, before she left I was still in contact with her. Hugh, right. And did you have an understanding? I think you testified earlier. Do you have an understanding of where Jane went when she left? A yeah. Hugh, where did she go? I don't know exactly where she went, but I just know that she was with R.Kelly. Hugh, and, now, directing your attention to the second text on Government Exhibit 205, A, where it states, you know he nutted me before his show today. You received that text from Jane? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Ben Abdallah Direct Shiata. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1389. A yes. Hugh, and who did you understand Jane was referring to when she said he nutted me before his show today? R.Kelly. Q. And what did you understand the term nut in me to mean? A. Like, ejaculation. Q. I'm showing you what's in evidence as 205. B. Again, is this texts with the same telephone number 407-260-4738 that Jane was using at the time? Exhibit published. A. Yes. Q. And the texts in gray are from Jane? A. Yes. Q. I'm showing you what's in evidence as Government's Exhibit 205-C. Exhibit published. By M.S. Shahada. Q. Are these, again, texts with Jane at that same number? A. Yes. Q. And the gray texts are from Jane? A. Yes. I'm directing your attention to the portion where there's emojis of some baby bottles, and then it says, FR though. Y'all gonna be the godmamas. I just hope. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Ben Abdullah Direct Shiata. Sam OCR RMR CRRRPR. 1390. We get married. Do you see that? A. I do. Q. What did you understand Jane to be referring to at that time? A. Her being pregnant. Q. And had you, apart from these text messages, had you spoken to Jane on the phone about her concern that she may have been pregnant? A. Yes. Q. And what, if anything, did she tell you at that time? M. Mechanic, objection. The court, overruled. By M.S. Shahada. Q. You can answer. As she said that she was, like, scared and that, like, she was scared to have an abortion. And just, like, her being afraid. Q. I'm showing you M.S. Shahada. I am showing the jury only what's in evidence as Government Exhibits 205-D. By M.S. Shahada. Q. Are these text messages with Jane again? A. Yes. Q. And are these from October 5, 2015? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Ben Abdullah Direct Shiata. Sam OCR RMR CRRRPR. 1391. A. Yes. Q. And where it's the first text where it says Mo, what does that mean? A. Like dude. Q. Is that a slang term you and Jane? A. Yes. Q. And Mia used? A. Yes. Q. And what did you understand this series of texts to be about? A. About her being afraid to get the abortion. Q. And what, if any, understanding did you have regarding who Jane believed had made her pregnant? As she knew that Emma Mechanic, objection. The court, sustained. A. That the court, that's okay. The witness, oh. The court, that's okay, it's fine. Whenever I say sustained, you don't answer. Okay? The witness, okay. The court, go ahead. By M.S. Shahada. Q. Showing you what's in evidence as government. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Ben Abdullah Direct Shiata. Sam OCR RMR CRRRPR. 1392. Exhibit 205-E. Is this additional texts with Jane? A. Yes. Q. And were these texts again about her belief that she might be pregnant? A. Yes. Q. And when she wrote to you, he was mad when I brought it up, who did you understand her to be referring to? A. To R.Kelly. Q. Now, when you were texting with Jane in 2015, did she ever send you photographs? A. Yes. Q. And what kinds of photographs did she send you? A. Photos of herself and with R.Kelly. The court, okay, you are really cutting out there. The witness, okay. A. Photos of herself and with R.Kelly. Q. And what, if anything, did she ask you to do with these photographs? As she asked me to keep the photographs safe for her. Q. And what did you do after you got the photographs? A. I screenshotted them, and I saved them on my phone. Q. I am showing you what's in evidence as Government Exhibit 205 F. Are these, again, texts with Jane? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Ben Abdullah Direct Shiata. Sam OCR RMR CRRPR. 1393. A yes. Q. And this is dated October 19th, 2015? A yes. Q. And the gray is from Jane? A yes. Q. And is the blue your texts? A yes. Q. And can you read the first two texts? A new. Keep these. Q. And following that, did Jane send you a series of photographs? A yes. Q. And I just showed you the last page, page 8, of Government Exhibit 205 F. Does the text I'm pointing to here indicating that it says, save these? A yes. Q. What did you understand her to be referring to? A. For me to save the photos. Q. Now, in your communications with Jane in 2015, I think withdrawn. You testified earlier you had communicated with Jane using multiple numbers, is that right? A yes. Q. Meaning Jane used different numbers, is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Ben Abdullah Direct Shiata. Sam OCR RMR CRRPR. 1394. A yes. Q. And did you have any understanding of why her numbers were changing? Mechanic. Objection. The court, sustained. By MS Shahada. Q. What, if anything, excuse me, just one moment. Pause. Q. What, if anything, did Jane tell you about why her numbers were changing? Mechanic. Objection. The court, sustained. Q. Showing you what's in evidence as Government Exhibit 205 G. Are these, again, texts with Jane? A yes. Q. And your texts are in blue and Jane's texts are in gray? A yes. Q. Can you read what you asked Jane that I'm pointing to here, indicating? Oh, I see. You be recording your own music or no? Q. Why did you text Jane that? A. I texted her that because to my understanding she was meeting with R.Kelly to, advance her music career. Q. And when was it that you gained that understanding? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Ben Abdullah Direct Shiata. Sam OCR RMR CRRPR. 1395. A. When she first left. Q. Before she left? A. Yeah. Q. And can you now read her response to that question from you? As she said, no, but he has me singing seductive songs, kind of like Q. I'm sorry, just read a word for word. Q. Yes, word for word. A. Okay. Nah. But he be having me singing and shit. Seductive songs. Kinda like Aaliyah and shit. And he gave me songs to learn so when I do get into the studio I just ace it. But I'm gonna sleep. Love you. Q. Now, you testified earlier that your communications with Jane gradually began to subside, is that right? A. Correct. Q. And what, if any, concerns did you have at that point? A. Mechanic. Object as to relevance. The court, sustained as to form. By MS Shahada. Q. When your communications gradually subsided, did you still try to communicate with Jane? A. I did. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Ben Abdullah Direct Shiata. Sam OCR RMR CRRPR. 1396. Q. I'm showing you what's in evidence as Government's Exhibit 205 H. Are these all texts from you to Jane? A yes. Q, and I'll start with the first one on October 29th, 2015. Does it state, "Hey boo, I hope you doing okay. Hit me when you can love"? A yes. Q, and then did you text Jane again on November 2nd, 2015, "Baby, hit me whenever you can, okay, I'm worried about you ho"? A yes. Q, and by the way, was that just a term you and your friends used in high school? A yeah, I wasn't insulting her or anything. Q, and no response to those two texts, correct? A correct. Q, and then you followed that up with a text on November 6th, 2015? A yes. Q, saying you need to answer me? A yes. Q, and then again November 8th, 2015, what did you write there? Could you read what you wrote? A, I said, I really hope you're doing okay. I'll be mad as 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Ben Abdullah direct Shiata. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1397. Shit if you don't say happy birthday, but I know you're probably busy. Just call me when you can. Me and Mia are worried about you babes, I love you so much. Q, and November 8th, does that day have any significance to you? That's my birthday. Q, and the Mia referred to here, who is that? A Jamia Coates. Q, and then, again, no response to that text? A correct. Q, and then on November 11th, 2015, did you write Jane a text again saying, "Baby, we so worried about you"? A yes. Q, with some crying emojis? A yes. Q, why were you concerned? A mechanic, objection. The court, overruled. A, I was concerned because I wasn't hearing from her, and I was concerned for her safety and her whereabouts. Q, and prior to Jane leaving Orlando, was she someone you had been in communication with daily? A yes. Q, was she one of your best friends? A yes. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Ben Abdullah direct Shiata. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1398. Q, now, I am showing you Government Exhibit 205, H, again. That last text from you is from November 11th, 2015, right? A yes. Q, I'm now showing you what's in evidence as Government Exhibit 205, I. Are these texts from Jane? A yes, ma'am. Q, and is the first text, are these all texts from November 14th, 2015? A yes. Q, and was that the next time you recall hearing from her? A yes. Yes. Q, I'm showing you what's in evidence as Government Exhibit 205, J. Again, are these texts between you and Jane? A yes. Q, and your texts are in blue and Jane's are in gray? A yes. Q, now, there's a photo where I'm pointing. Do you know what this is? A, it's a video. Q, and do you see someone's face on the video? A, yeah, that's Jamia. Q, and do you recall what this video was that you sent Jane? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Ben Abdullah direct Shiata. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1399. Yeah, it was a video of Jamia and I in the lunchroom where Jane and us used to hang out. Q, and why did you send that to Jane? AO, it was just to say hello and kind of remind her of things that we used to do. Q, and then LMAOO, what does that mean? Just like laughing my ass off. Q, all right, and then is there a response from Jane that I'm pointing to here, indicating? A yes. Q, and what does that say? A, it says, you know y'all can't do that, 'cause he checks my phone. Q. Who did you understand her to be referring to when she said he checks my phone? A. I understand her to be referring to R.Kelly. Continued on the following page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Ben Abdullah Direct Shiata. CMHOCR RMR CRR FCRR. 1400. By MS Shahada. Continuing, Hugh. I'm turning to the second page of the exhibit. Is that your response saying, what the video? A. Yes, ma'am. Hugh. And do you then say, what he gonna say if he sees the video? A. Yes. Hugh. Why were you asking that? A. Mechanic. Objection. The court overruled. A. I'm sorry. Can you repeat it? Hugh. Sure. What made you ask that in the text message? A.O. Because I was wondering why I shouldn't send her a video. Hugh. And how did she respond? What did she write? As she said, he's gonna be like, why is that your best friend when you said you'd be texting your cousin? Hugh. And who did you understand Jane to be referring to when she used the term your cousin? Myself. Hugh. Are you and Jane cousins? No, we're not. Hugh. And what, if anything, did you understand her to mean by this text? That to R.Kelly's knowledge, I am her cousin and Jamia. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Ben Abdullah Direct Shiata. CMHOCR RMR CRR FCRR. 1401. Is her best friend. Hugh. And was that something had you discussed with Jane before? A. Yes. Hugh. And you respond, oh, I see. A. Yes, ma'am. Hugh. And then there's a response from Jane? A. Yes. Hugh. And I think the full response is on the next page. I'll just turn to that. Can you read out what's written there? I just don't want to have to block your number 'cause he thinks I'm being immature. That's why I deleted apps and everyone's number 'cause I gotta show some age now that I'm with a 48-year-old. So doing so has made me grow out of a lot of young habits. Just don't want to ruin the one shot I have at being able to talk to you. I love you. Hugh. And what did you understand Jane to mean when she said she didn't want to ruin the one shot she had of being able to talk to you? A. Mechanic. Objection. The court overruled. A. I understood that. I guess it was hard for her to be able to have communication with us, and if I didn't uphold the fact that I'm her cousin and me her friend and we're not supposed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Ben Abdullah Direct Shiata. CMHOCR RMR CRR FCRR. 1402. To know each other, it would ruin her chance to be able to speak with me. Hugh. I'm showing you what's in evidence as Government Exhibit 205K. Are these, again, texts between you and Jane? These ones are from December 28, 2015. A. Yes. Hugh. And the gray is Jane and the blue is you? A. Yes. Hugh. And Jane asked you how your Christmas was? A. Yes. Hugh. And indicating her birthday is in 2 days? A. Yes. Hugh. And did you then ask her what she got for Christmas using a term from your hubby? A. Yes. Yes, ma'am. Hugh. Who are you referring to? A. I was referring to R.Kelly. Hugh. And did she then tell you the gifts she had gotten from him? A. Yes. Hugh. I'm showing you what's in evidence as Government Exhibit 205M. Are these again texts between you and Jane? A. Yes. Hugh. And the blue is you and the gray is Jane? A. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Ben Abdullah Direct Shiata. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1403. MS Shahada. Actually, I'm sorry. Can we show this to the jury only, please? Q. Now, I'd like to direct your attention to the text from January 8, 2016 at 11:18 a.m. Are those texts in blue from you to Jane? A. Yes. Q. And what I'm pointing to here, those two letters, is that an abbreviation for Jane's name? A. Yes, it is. Q. And when you wrote Mia always be like, abbreviation for Jane's name, texted me, and I be salty, what were you referring to there? A. I was saying that Mia always tells me that Jane texts her, and she hasn't been texting me, and that I feel upset because of it. Q. And did Jane then respond to your text? A. Yes. Q. And she wrote, miss you too. And 'cause you don't know how to play stuff yet? A. Yes, don't know how to play stuff yet, yes. Q. And then it continues here? A. Yes. Q. And among the things she wrote was texting, you will get me caught up? A. Yes. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Ben Abdullah Direct Shiata. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1404. Q. Just like now. If I was with him and you mentioned Mia's name, that would start some shit. You gotta learn how to use code baby G. A. Yes. Q. Baby G, what does that mean? A baby girl. Q. And the him in these texts, who did you understand that to be referring to? A. To R.Kelly. Q. And did you respond to these texts, to her texts in blue here? A. Yes. Q. And among the things you wrote was, how would that start shit, don't he know we all friends? A. Aha. Q. Is that a yes? A. Yes. Q. And did you write what did you write below that? A. I said, even though you're my kuzo doesn't mean we can't associate with the same people. Laughing emoji. Q. And what were you conveying in these texts? A. I was still confused about why I had to hide the fact that I knew Jamia. Q. And is this, what I'm pointing to here, this text from January 8, 2016, is that a response from Jane? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Ben Abdullah Direct Shiata. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1405. A. Yes. Q. And where it says in here, he thinks y'all don't know each other, and he don't want me texting her because he knows she's my BFF, and thinks I will tell you everything I see. This what I mean you don't know how to put two and two together? A. Yes. Q. And then you responded, you never told me he don't know we all know each other? A. Yes. Q. And after receiving these texts, were you confused? A. Yes. Q. Why were you confused? A. I was confused because like I said, I just didn't understand why I had to hide the fact that her and I and Jamia were all friends. The court, Ms. Shiata, I have gone about 15 minutes over our afternoon break, and I'd like to give our jurors a little bit of a break. Is this a good stopping point? Ms. Shahada, sure. The court, sorry about that. All right. We're just going to be in recess for about 10 minutes. Please don't talk about the case, and I'll see you in a few minutes. Jury exits. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1406. The court, okay. Everybody can sit down, and you can take the witness out. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Witness excused. The court, I'm going to ask my standard, do you know about how much longer you have? Ms. Shahada, 10 or 15 minutes. The court, and Mr. Kannick, is this your witness? M. Mechanic, I'm sorry? The court, is this your witness? M. Mechanic, yes. The court, do you know about ballpark what you've got? M. Mechanic, no more than 15 minutes. The court, okay. So we'll maybe have time for another witness. M.S. Shahada, yes. The court, okay. Great. All right. So I'll see you in about 10 minutes. Recess taken. In open court, outside the presence of the jury. The court, all right. Let's get the witness back. Witness resumes the stand. The court, and let's get the jury, please. Jury enters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Ben Abdullah direct Shiata. CMH OCR RMR CRR FCRR. 1407. The court, all right. Folks, we're ready to resume with the direct examination of the witness. Go ahead. The clerk, the witness is reminded that she's still under oath. The witness, yes. Okay. By M.S. Shahada, Hugh now, before the break, you were testifying about various text message exchanges between you and Jane, correct? A yes. Hugh from 2015 and early 2016, correct? A yes. Hugh, and what kind of phone did you have at that time? What brand of phone? An iPhone. Hugh, is that an Apple product? A yes, it is. Hugh now, you testified earlier that in addition to text message communications with Jane, you also communicated with her by phone call and FaceTime in 2015 and 2016, right? A yes. Hugh, and can you explain, what is FaceTime? A, it's like a video chat. Hugh, and in any of your FaceTimes with Jane in 2015 or 2016, was R.Kelly present for any of those? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Ben Abdullah direct Shiata. CMH OCR RMR CRR FCRR. 1408. A no. Hugh, have you ever met R.Kelly? A no. Hugh, are you familiar with the name Juice? A yeah. Hugh, what, if anything, did Jane tell you about Juice? A mechanic, objection. The court, overruled. She told me that she was somebody that was there with her through all her time with R.Kelly. Hugh, did she tell you anything else? Yeah, she said that, like, in the beginning, when she first went, that Juice, like, was supposed to, like, teach her how to please her and him. Hugh, now, you testified earlier that at some point, Jane sent you photographs and asked you to save them, is that right? Yes. M.S. Shahada, I'm going to show the witness only what's been marked for identification, as Government Exhibit 254A through K. The court, okay. M.S. Shahada, may we approach, Your Honor? A mechanic, we don't have any objection to them being turned into evidence. The court, turn on your microphone for me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Ben Abdullah direct Shiata. CMH OCR RMR CRR FCRR. 1409. You have no objection? A mechanic, no objection. The court, they're in evidence. Government Exhibits 254A through 254K, so marked. Hugh, and I'm just going to show you M.S. Shahada. May I approach, Your Honor? I want to make sure she knows what I've got. The court, sure. Hugh, just take a look at them. Pause. Hugh, are these photographs you received from Jane on your cell phone? Yes. Hugh, and what, if anything, did you do with the photographs after you received them? I had saved them on my phone. Hugh, and did you save them anywhere else? And no, they're on my phone. Q. All right. I'm showing you 254A. Who's in this photo? A. Jane. Q. I'm showing 254, B, 254, C, 254, D, 254, E, 254, F, 254, G, 254, H, 254, I, 254, J, and 254, K. Now, other than saving these photographs, did Jane ask you to do anything else with them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Ben Abdullah Direct Shiata. CMHOCR RMR FCRR. 1410. As she just wanted me to keep them safe for her in case she needed them in the future. Q. And what did you understand her to mean by that? Mechanic. Objection. The court. Sustained. Q. Did you receive texts and phone calls from Jane from different phone numbers? A. Yes. Q. In 2015 and 2016? A. Yes. Q. Now, when you received phone calls or FaceTime calls from Jane, as a general matter, around what time of day would you receive those calls? A. Generally later at night or early in the morning. Q. And what do you mean by that, later at night or early in the morning? A. I really wouldn't talk to her throughout the day. It would just be like at one time of the day, either early or really late. Q. Now, after you lost contact, or after I think you testified earlier the communications with Jane at some point stopped, is that right? A. Yes. Q. And after your communications with Jane stopped, or let me ask you this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Ben Abdullah Direct Shiata. CMHOCR RMR CRR FCRR. 1411. Around how old were you when your communications with Jane stopped? A. I was, 16. Q. And after your communications with Jane stopped, did you make any reports to law enforcement about Jane? A. No. Q. And why didn't you do that? I just didn't really want to get involved in what she was doing. Q. And why didn't you want to get involved? Mechanic. Objection. The court. Overruled. Q. You can answer. The court. Actually, can I just see the lawyers at the side with the court reporter for just a second? Continued on next page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Sidebar. CMHOCR RMR CRR FCRR. 1412. The following occurred at sidebar. The court. What's she's going to say? MS Shahada. She was scared to get involved. Mechanic. What's the relevance of that? The court. I think she just didn't want to get involved. MS Shahada. But it's left with the impression that the last thing she said was I didn't want to get involved in what she was doing. I think that leaves a misleading impression to the jury. Mechanic. You asked the question. MS Shahada, and I had a follow-up. The court. Thank you, Your Honor. She did. Mechanic. Judge, you're beating me mercilessly. The court. I just did not know or should have known, should have asked her to answer. The fact that she was scared, maybe she's scared of him? MS Shahada. Well, she was scared. He was a high-profile person. She was scared of him. The court. She can say she didn't want to get involved because of the high-profile nature. That's basically the whole. Mechanic. Your Honor, I don't see the relevance of her state of mind at all, but if you are going to allow it, I think this is certainly not trying to step into their shoes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Sidebar. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1413. But I think that the court, let's leave it alone. It's really not relevant that she was scared, it really isn't, and it's prejudicial. So let's take a long view. It's all good. I'll just tell you to move on to something else, and it will look like I kept you from doing it. End of sidebar. Continued on next page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Ben Abdallah Cross Canik. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1414. The court, all right, I think it's best to move on to something else. MS Shahada, 1 moment, Your Honor. The court, sure. Pause in the proceedings. MS Shahada, no further questions. The court, okay. Cross-examination? Amir Kanik, very briefly, Your Honor. Cross-examination by Amir Kanik. Cue the text messages that you received from Jane the court. Your microphone? Is it on? Amir Kanik, yes. The court, okay. Cue the text messages that you received from Jane. You don't know the truth of it at all, correct? You don't know if they were true or not. I don't know. Cue right. I mean, you received them. You know that what she was telling you was the actual truth, right? I don't know. Cue you just received it from her and you responded? Yes. Cue now you were asked a short while ago about what time you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Ben Abdallah Cross Kanik. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1415. Would get calls for more communication from Jane, and you mentioned that it would be either early in the morning or late at night. Do you remember telling us that? Yes, I do. Q now you in school at that time, am I correct? Yes. Q and your school hours were during the middle of the day, am I correct, till late afternoon? Correct. Q so when you were available, that could be very early in the morning or late at night, am I correct? No. Q well, what time would you get home from school? Well, I have my phone on me all day. If somebody's wanting to communicate with me, I'll communicate with them. Especially if it was her. Q but you knew that she would sleep, go to bed, basically during the day, am I correct? MS Shahada, objection. The court, sustained. Q there was a text between you and her that was read a short while ago, and at the bottom of that text it says I'm sleeping. Remember seeing that? As she said she was sleeping? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Ben Abdallah Cross Kanik. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1416. Q or someone said I'm going to bed. Yes. Q you remember seeing that, right? I don't remember which one exactly. Q but you remember seeing it? MS Shahada, objection. The court, did you see that text? The witness, I believe so. By Amir Kanik. Q can we show her the text messages again? I'm going to show you what's been admitted into evidence as 205J. Can you read the bottom of that? LOL. I'm just watching TV. About to sleep. Q what time is that? It's not listed what time. Q what time is that? 3:14 p.m. Amir Kanik, thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor? The court, okay. Any redirect? MS Shahada, no, Your Honor. The court, all right. Thank you so much. You can step down. The witness steps down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Proceedings. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1417. The court, are you ready to call your next witness? MS Geddes, yes, Your Honor. The government calls Tom Arnold. The courtroom deputy, please raise your right hand. Witness takes the witness stand. Continued on next page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Proceedings. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1418. Thomas Arnold, called as a witness, having been first duly sworn/affirmed, was examined and testified as follows. The witness, I do. The courtroom deputy, please state your name for the record. The witness, Thomas Arnold. The courtroom deputy, thank you. You may be seated. The court, hold on for just 1 second, Mr. Arnold. Okay, Mr. Arnold, you can take your mask off. All right. The lawyers are going to ask you some questions. Couple of things I want you to keep in mind. The first is I'd like you to speak slowly and make sure you use the microphone. I want to make sure the jurors can hear you, and I want to make sure the court reporter can take down everything that you say. And because I don't want to make their job too difficult, I'm also going to ask you to let whichever lawyer is questioning finish the question before you start answering. That way we're not talking over one another. If there's a question that you want to have repeated, or that you don't understand, let me know and I'll have the lawyer rephrase it. And just do your best to answer the specific. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Direct Geddes. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1419. Question that you're being asked, okay? The witness, yes, ma'am. The court, okay. Go ahead. MS Geddes, thank you. Direct examination by MS Geddes. Hugh, how far did you go in school? I attended the University of Nebraska at Omaha for a few years. Then I graduated and went to a school called the Conservatory Recording Arts and Sciences, which is an audio engineering school. The court, okay. Pull the microphone a little bit closer to you, and just slow down a little bit, all right? The witness, okay. Should I repeat the whole thing again? The court, that's okay. Go ahead. Hugh, did you finish the program at that Conservatory of Recording Arts and Sciences? Yes, I did. Hugh, how long was that program? It was a 4-month program. Hugh, and were you awarded any type of certificate or degree? Yes, it was a certificate. Hugh, in what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Direct Geddes. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1420. Audio Engineering. Hugh, when did you receive that certificate? August of 1998. Hugh, and as part of that program, were you required to participate in an internship? Yes, a formal internship. Hugh, did you, in fact, do an internship? I did, yes. Hugh, in what city did you do the internship? In Chicago. Hugh, and where was it? A. It was at Chicago Tracks recording. Q. And is that a recording studio? A. Yes. Q. When did you begin at Chicago Tracks? A. September of 1998. Q. Now do you recall the address where Chicago Tracks was located? A. I do. Q. What was it? What is it? At 865 North Larrabee. Q. When you started at Chicago Tracks in September of 1998, were there any artists who used that recording studio on a long-term basis? A. Yes. There was a band called Ministry and R.Kelly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Direct Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1421. Q. Do you see R.Kelly in the courtroom today? A. Yes, I do. Q. Can you please point to him and describe an article of his clothing? A. Yes. He's wearing a brown shirt. The court, indicating the defendant. Q. Now, when you started at Chicago Tracks, were you working for the defendant? A. No, I worked for Chicago Tracks. Q. Did you eventually start to work for the defendant? A. I did some odd jobs. Maybe some runs, some errands of taking a car down some place from time to time for money, but otherwise I worked for Chicago Tracks exclusively. Q. Did there come a time where you did work for the defendant exclusively? A. Yes. Q. How did that come about? A. Chicago Tracks went out of business, and then I came to work for a short period of time with a new studio called the Chocolate Factory. Q. Now was the Chocolate Factory located in the same building where Chicago Tracks had been? A. That's correct. Q. At 865 North Larrabee? A. That's correct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Direct Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1422. Q. Do you recall when it was that you started working exclusively for the defendant at the Chocolate Factory? A. I'd say March of 2003. Q. Now for how long did you work for the defendant? A. Until 2008. And then so till January of 2008. Went back again in May of 2008 till October of 2011. Q. So fair to say you worked from 2003 until 2011 with a couple-month break in 2008? A. Yes. Q. By the way, the Chocolate Factory where you worked for the defendant, was that the same actual recording studios that were in Chicago Tracks? A. Yes, the studio rooms, the building had similar names. Some of the gear would have been removed because it belonged to Chicago Tracks. Q. All right. But same building, same studio, fair to say? A. Fair to say. Q. When you started working for the defendant exclusively at the Chocolate Factory on Larrabee, what were your responsibilities? What did you do? A. I was the studio manager. I looked after the building. For any sort of maintenance repairs, anything to be done with the building. And the studio manager's job would be to help staff the phone position. Make sure there was runners. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Direct Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1423. Provide petty cash for supplies that were needed. And to help out the engineers, the assistant engineers that came to need assistance with documentation or anything they needed help with. Q. You mentioned that you looked after the building. Is that the recording studio on North Larrabee? A. Yeah, it was a 20,000 square foot building that had multiple rooms in it. And so there would be some needs to maintain. Hire maintenance people and repairs, stuff like that. So I would be responsible for that. Q. You also said that there was a phone position. What did you mean by that? There would be a reception area. There would always be someone to answer the phone or kind to monitor the gate. Anybody came into the building. Pass phone calls, messages, if somebody was to call. Q. Now were you responsible for answering the phones? Sometimes. Q. Were there other individuals who also answered phones at the chocolate factory when it was on North Larrabee? Yes. There would be a phone position as well. Q. You used the term runner. What do you mean by that? It was the term we called the sort of a paid internship position, a person's entry level trying to become an assistant engineer or just, a job in the studio. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Arnold Direct Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1424. The job would be to go and get food for people. Go buy supplies. Anything that's required. Q. Now you testified earlier that you served as the studio manager, is that correct? Yes. Q. Did you have any additional titles while you were working for the defendant? Not at the chocolate factory, but later on, I was also a road manager. Q. And what do you mean by road manager? When we traveled for tours or for appearances or things like that, I would be responsible for coordinating the buses are stocked, the supplies. If there was a destination for us all to go to, I would know exactly where we're going to and communicate to all the traveling party. If we had a hotel, I would advance to pick up the room keys at the hotel. Q. Now you said that you didn't hold this position until after the chocolate factory at North Larrabee, is that correct? After the building in North Larrabee was the building was ultimately torn down and the studio, the chocolate factory, moved to Olympia Fields, I started traveling around that same time for the first time. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Arnold Direct Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1425. Q. All right. So you testified that when you started working for the defendant, you were at the recording studio that was called the Chocolate Factory at 865 North Larrabee. What happened to that building? It was demolished. The building, as I recall, was in bankruptcy, the people that owned the building, and it was sold. So we had to move the studio out of there. And then they ultimately demolished building. Q. When was the chocolate factory moved out of 865 North Larrabee? Approximately? I'd say 2004. It could be yeah, I would say early 2004. Q. Fair to say you don't remember the exact date? No, not the exact date. Q. Okay. And when the chocolate factory was not at 865 North Larrabee, I think you mentioned Olympia Fields. What is Olympia Fields? What were you referring to? Olympia Fields is a suburb of Chicago where Mr. Kelly had a home. A studio. Q. And was the recording studio at the defendant's home in Olympia Fields? Yes. At that time the chocolate factory moved to Olympia Fields. There was one studio in the basement. Q. And what was the name of the recording studio when it was at the Olympia Fields? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Arnold Direct Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1426. We called it the Chocolate Factory. Q. All right. So when I refer to the Chocolate Factory at 865 North Larrabee, I will be referring to that one. And then I'll make clear when I'm referring to the Chocolate Factory at Olympia Fields. All right? Yes. Q. What, if any, responsibilities did you have with respect to the defendant's personal life? A. Sometimes. At what time? Q. Well, let's start when you were working at the chocolate factory at 865 North Larrabee. M. Mechanic. Objection. The court overruled. A. There would be if people came to the studio, if I received a phone call. If somebody came to the gate, I would be responsible to make sure I notified Mr. Kelly that somebody was here at gate for him. I would be instructed to what actions are required on that. Stock food for his lounge. Stock food for the bus. You know, go on runs. Maybe perhaps like to go to buy supplies in the store or something. Or maybe even go to the office to pick up a check or petty cash or something for personal. Q. All right. Was one of your responsibilities to go on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Direct Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1427. Runs to transport individuals? A yes, that could be asked. Q. Was it asked? A yes. Yes. Q. And who were the individuals that you were transporting? A. It could be a guest. It could be someone that was there to play basketball. A musician. It could be a variety of people, but whoever was required to get a ride. Q. And on a day-to-day basis, who were you transporting? Primarily it would be guests. Q. And when you say guests, what are you referring to? The females that had come to the studio or, that were coming to see Mr. Kelly. Q. Okay. So these were guests of the defendants? A yes. Q. Between where and where would you transport the defendant's female guests? A. It could be from anywhere from at 865 Larrabee. It would be much less likely that I would go somewhere to pick somebody up. It was much more likely that somebody came to the studio. But I could have picked somebody up at a home or a business and brought them to the studio. It could have been picking somebody up at the gym, at a place where he was playing basketball, bringing to and from. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Direct Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1428. The studio. Q. How would you know that you were wanted to bring a guest from one place to another place? Sorry, can you repeat the question? Q. Yes. Who, if anyone, would tell you to pick up somebody somewhere? A. I would get it directly from Rob, or somebody from somebody that would be near him would call and tell me that it needed to be done. And if there was music to go, I would go do it, otherwise I might be told to pass the information on to somebody else to make the run. Q. And when you say that you could hear from someone who was close to him, what do you mean by that? They would be with him. Like someone that I know that would be with him, and get the instructions directly from him. Q. And by with him, do you mean someone who was physically with him? Primarily. Primarily. It could be somebody that can get a hold of him if I couldn't get a hold of him by calling his phone. It was much more me reaching out to him. Directly after 865 North Larrabee. At 865 North Larrabee, I would get mainly phone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Direct Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1429. Calls, if that makes sense. Q. Who did you receive inbound phone calls from? A. It could be from Mr. Kelly or from somebody who was traveling with him or was able to get a hold of him. Q. And who were some of the individuals when you were at 865 North Larrabee who would communicate messages to you from the defendant. So when you weren't talking to the defendant directly? A. It could be one of recording engineers. I received calls from them. I would receive the information from his music director, one of his assistants at the time. Q. And just to be clear, I want to talk about messages that you would receive related to the defendant's personal guests. Would you receive messages from the defendant's musical director related to the defendant's personal guests? A. I may get a yes. Sorry, yes. Q. Who was the defendant's musical director? A. It was Donnie Lyle. Q. And you also mentioned that sometimes you would receive messages from the defendant's assistants. Were those messages related to his personal guests? At times? A. At times, yes. Q. Who was the defendant's? Who are you referring to when you said the defendant's assistant? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Direct Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1430. And again, I'm talking about the time when you were working at 865 North Larrabee for the defendant? So June Brown. There was a guy named John Levy, who was his security, assistant security. Sometimes it would be the same person, you know. Sorry, sometimes the security person would deliver the same message, but generally it would come from like June Brown or from I can't think of another name right now, sorry. Q. Okay. What, if any, protocols did you follow when you were transporting the defendant's guests? A. If I'm sorry, transporting them? Q. When you were driving one of the defendant's female guests, what, if anything, would you do? A.O. You would open the door for them to let them into the car. And you would turn your rearview mirror up. And turn on the radio to a reasonable volume, not too loud. Q. And when you say that you would turn the rearview mirror up, by you, are you referring to you, Tom Arnold? A. If I was driving, I would turn the rearview mirror up. Myself. Q. And by turning the rearview mirror up, could you see out the review window? A. No. Q. Why would you turn the rearview mirror up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Direct Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1431. A. To avoid accidental or eye contact. Q. Eye contact with him? A. Whoever would be in the vehicle. Q. Who would be in the vehicle that you were trying to avoid eye contact with? A. It was a guest. Q. Any guest? A. Yes. Q. And why did you turn up the rearview mirror? A. That would be the instructions that I was given when I started. Or the instructions I would pass on to other runners. Just the protocol was to always follow the steps. Q. And when you said those were the instructions that you were given when you started, who gave you those instructions? A. Initially probably whoever was the first runner to pass the job on to me, or first person to ask me to go on a run, pick up somebody. Q. And just to be clear, when you were trying to avoid contact with the defendant's guests, are you referring to defendant's female guests? A. Yes. Female guests. Q. If there was a male guest, would you need to turn up the rearview mirror? A. I probably would not. I would not have turned up the rearview mirror. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Direct Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1432. Q. When one of the defendant's female guests arrived at the chocolate factory on North Larrabee, what was the routine for letting that person in? Oftentimes we would have gotten instructions before someone arrived as to what to do. But if we hadn't received instructions, we would call Mr. Kelly or call someone that could get an answer to let us know how to act with the person when they arrived. Q. What type of instructions would you have already received from Mr. Kelly, or would you get once the guests arrived by reaching out to Mr. Kelly? A. To open the gate for the person and take them up to a particular location in the studio. Q. Who would decide where in the studio to take a guest? A. Rob would. Q. The defendant? A. Yes. Q. And when one of the defendant's female guests arrived at the chocolate factory on North Larrabee, what, if anything, would you do before bringing the guest to a particular location within the studio? A. Depending on the time frame over the course of the time in which we were at that studio, there was a time at which confidentiality agreements were required. Q. What do you mean by confidentiality agreements? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Direct Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1433. There was a document that people were required to sign when they visited the studio. Q. And what did you understand to be in this document that you're calling the confidentiality agreement? A. It said not to while you're here, you're not going to record anything, or take photographs, or share information about your experience at the studio. Q. And you said there was a time when guests were required to sign these confidentiality agreements. So that wasn't in place for the entire time that you were working for the defendant at 865 North Larrabee, is that correct? A. That's correct. Q. Now what, if anything, would a guest provide to you or another employee at the chocolate factory when it was on North Larrabee in addition to signing the confidentiality agreement? A. We would either take a Polaroid of the person, take the photo of the person, and take the Polaroid and staple it to the agreement, or else we would photocopy a driver's license and attach it to the agreement. Q. And how would you know to take a Polaroid versus to get a driver's license? A. It kind of depends on the timing. It started out asking for driver's licenses, if I remember correctly, when we first started the process. I don't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Direct Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1434. No whether I don't know when it would switch back and forth, but I know that there was instances where there would be a party or a function at the studio, and we would take Polaroids instead of taking driver's license. And I don't remember the specific. Q. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. What did you say? A. I don't remember specifically a time that was a formal switch from one to the other. Q. What did you understand the purpose to be by obtaining a driver's license? A. Mechanic, objection. The court, overruled. Q. What do you understand the purpose to be for? You can answer the question. I'll repeat it though. What did you understand the purpose to be for obtaining a driver's license from a guest? A. To verify that the name on the driver's license matches the signature on the or the name of the person that's signing the agreement. Q. Now during the time frame that you were having guests sign confidentiality agreements, was that always the case? Were against always required to sign confidentiality agreements during that particular time period where you were having guests do it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Direct Gettys. Linda D. Danilczyk, RPR, CSR, CCR. 1435. Prior to the policy of starting to do it, no one would have done it. Once the policy had started, the whole rest of the time we were at 865 Larrabee, we would have asked people to sign confidentiality agreements. Continued on the following page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Direct Gettys. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1436. Examination continues by MS Gettys. Hugh, and I'm just asking, did you always follow that policy? And not necessarily. Hugh, you said that you testified earlier that when a guest arrived at 865 North Larrabee, you would determine from speaking with the defendant where to bring a particular guest. Do you recall that? Yes. Hugh, once a guest was brought or escorted to a particular location within 865 North Larrabee, what, if any, interaction would you have with the defendant's female guests? In many instances, none whatsoever. Hugh, why not? That there if there wasn't if I would head back down to reception, where I would be sitting waiting for the next call. And if there was no calls or communication, that would be that unless the phone rang. Hugh, and did the defendant's guests I'm sorry, when you said unless the phone rang yeah. Hugh, what phone are you referring to? There was a main phone in reception that had multiple. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Direct Gettys. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1437. Phone lines so people could call in. Hugh, and did the defendant's female guests sometimes call that phone at the front desk reception area? Yes. Hugh, and what are some of the reasons that the defendant's guests would call that front desk area? Primarily to either ask us to go get food or to ask to speak to Mr. Kelly. Hugh, and what would you do when a guest called for food? There was always petty cash at reception for the runner to be able to go get the food when the food order came through. Hugh, and how about when a guest wanted to speak with the defendant? You'd write a message on a sheet of paper to say what phone line the person was on, and you'd run the message to Mr. Kelly. Hugh, aside from phone calls from the defendant's female guests looking for the defendant, or looking for food, what other reasons would you receive phone calls for? Hard to say. The mostly I don't it could have been anything. People could have asked to be given a ride home. Asked to move to another room, I suppose, but primarily would be to speak to Mr. Kelly. And then we would get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Direct Gettys. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1438. Following, he would speak to the person, or then we'd get another phone call back, or get instructions as to what to do with the person. Hugh, so I want to talk about when you received a phone call from a female guest of the defendant who was ready to leave. What, if anything, would you do when you received such a phone call? If we received notification ahead of time that to prepare for expecting a call to take that person home, that would be the action we'd take. Otherwise, we'd have to go and get a hold of Mr. Kelly to ask if it's okay to leave and take them home. Hugh, all right, so let's take your first scenario first. Do you mean that on occasion the defendant would have already told you that it was okay, that you should expect someone to call and ask to go to a particular place? Yeah, directly or indirectly. Hugh, and when you say directly or indirectly, what do you mean? Either Rob would call to say when the person calls, take them home, or somebody who was with him or nearby could have passed the message along from him to us at the studio saying Rob says it's okay to take that person. Hugh, and when you say someone who was with him, are you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Direct Gettys. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1439. referring to the individuals that you talked about earlier, such as the defendant's musical director or his assistant. A yes, or the studio engineer. Q. Now, I want to talk about the second scenario you proposed where one of the defendant's female guests called wanting to leave, but you had not already received instruction from the defendant, prior instruction from the defendant. What would you do in that event? A. Try to call his phone or run a message to him to let him know that the person had called and asked to leave. He would give us instructions. Q. And when you say called his phone and he would give you instructions, who is the he and the his in those two sentences? A. Sure. We would try to call Rob to get permission and instructions. Q. And if you couldn't reach Rob, what would you do? A. We'd call somebody else that may be able to get a hold of him, one of the other individuals that I mentioned before. If he was in the studio, we'd just wait until we were able to get into the studio to pass him a message to let him know. Q. While you were working for the defendant at 865 North Larrabee, would you receive phone calls from the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Direct Gettys. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1440. Defendant's guests who were inside of the 865 North Larrabee looking to go to the bathroom? A. Yeah, we would have. Q. What, if anything, would you do when you received such a phone call? A. That's the same process. If we'd been given previous instructions to escort somebody for anything they called for, we would action it, or if not, we would pass the message on or reach out to him to find out. Q. And just to be clear, when you said that if you received prior instructions, you would action it. Do you mean you would go ahead and do what the person asked? A. Yes. Q. And if you hadn't received prior instructions, who would you call? A. We'd either run a message to the studio to ask Rob, or else call his phone if he wasn't there. Q. And what was your purpose in reaching out to the defendant? A. To pass the message along from the guest or pass along their request. Q. To go to the bathroom, correct? A. If that was the request, we would call. And pass the message along to find out the action. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Direct Gettys. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1441. Q. And just to be clear though, on occasion that was the request, correct? A. Yes. MS Gettys, and showing the witness only what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 235. And this is one side, and I am going to flip it over so you can see the other side as well. The witness, all right. By MS Gettys, Q. Do you recognize what is shown in Government Exhibit 235? A. Yes, it's the floor plan for Chicago tracks at 865 North Larrabee. Q. And is this also the floor plan for when the chocolate factory was at 865 North Larrabee? A. Yeah, the structure of the building is the same. Q. And did you provide this to the government? A. Yes. MS Gettys, the government offers 235. Emir Farinella, no objection. The court, okay, that will be in evidence. Government's Exhibit 235 was received in evidence. The court, do you want to publish it? MS Gettys, yes, please. I am going to start with the first side. Exhibit published. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Direct Gettys. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1442. By MS Gettys, Q. I would like you to describe for the jury what is shown in Government Exhibit 235, and I am going to start by putting my pen on something which is upside down, indicating, but if you can read it upside down, it says main entrance. What is that? A. Yes. This is the first floor of the building, And that would be the main as it's labeled, the main entrance into the studio. Q and A, the building. Q, you've talked about the reception area, where some of the guests would call to make some of the requests that you have just discussed. There is a section called reception where my pen is now, indicating, sort of right next to the main entrance. Is that where that was located? That's correct. Q, and where in Government Exhibit 235 would you spend your time when you were in, a stationary spot at 865 North Larrabee? Just the next room over from your pen is what was my office. So I'd either be in reception or in that office. Q, and by that office, you mean where my pen is pointed? Indicating, right to the left of the reception area? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Direct Gettys. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1443. A yes. Q, and if I continue to move my pen to the left of where your office was, what is that indicating? That's the engineer's office. Q, and by the way, when you are referring to the engineers, are you referring to a particular engineer? The audio engineers. Q, all right. And during the time that you were working for the defendant, were there the same engineers, or did they change over time? They changed over time. It was a few people that were there the duration, but there was quite a few more people at the 865 Larrabee location. Q, who were the engineers who were at 865 North Larrabee, that continued to work as engineers for the defendant over the duration that you worked for the defendant? So Ian Miranis, and Abel Garibaldi were engineers for a long time. I'm trying to think who else. There was a guy named Jeff. Q, do you remember Jeff's last name? I don't. He was there for most of the time for quite a long time at the chocolate factory in Olympia Fields. Q, and I think you testified that in addition there were other engineers who were there for shorter periods of time. Is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Direct Gettys. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1444. That correct? Yes. Q, all right. Across from the reception area where I have my pen, indicating, do you recall what was located there? That was the office of the owner of Chicago Tracks, and it remained sort of a office, or lounge in the chocolate factory time. Q, and when you're referring to the owner of Chicago Tracks, who was that? His name was Reed Hyams. Q, now, once the defendant took over Chicago Tracks, then Chicago Tracks became the chocolate factory. Did Reed Hyams stay at 865 North Larrabee? No. Q, so, once it became the chocolate factory at 865 North Larrabee, what was this room that was once Reed Hyams' office? What was that used for? It was used for a variety of different lounges. Security would have used it as a lounge at times. It may have been we may have put guests in there from time to time. It was used for a variety of different purposes, I think. I think his uncle, June Bug, had that as his lounge at one point in time as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Direct Gettys. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1445. Q, and then, on this floor plan there is, like, an open area right there, indicating. What does that indicate? There's a hallway that passes through there where your pen was where it says Chicago Tracks, that would be the hallway. Q, and then up through here, indicating? That's the entrance to the office. Q, was it an open entrance? No, there had been a door. Q, okay. So, even though it's not shown there, there was a door that would shut, is that correct? A correct. Q. And then how about right next to Reed Hyams's old office, what is that? A. It would have been a storage room, and I believe it was a security lounge as well. There was quite a few. I think actually Big John Levy, actually had that as his lounge at one point. Q. All right. And just to be clear, I should have asked this at the beginning. Does this part of Government Exhibit 235, does this show the first floor of 865 North Larrabee? A. Yes, this is the first floor. Q. And are there other you talked earlier about that you? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Direct Gettys. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1446. Would or other runners would escort some of the defendant's female guests to a particular location within 865 North Larrabee. On the first floor, you've already talked about one location being Reed Hyams's old office that would serve as a lounge for the defendant's guests. Were there any other areas on the first floor that you recall being used as a location where you would bring the defendant's female guests? A. In the section marked Rockland Records, at some point towards the end of the period we were at 865 North Larrabee, that would have been used for guests as well. Q. And so I want to make sure that I'm showing the right area. Is that where my pen is pointed, indicating where it says Rockland Records production office area? Is that what you're referring to? A. Yes, it would have been a production area, but also been used as a lounge at some point. Q. And now, was that an enclosed space with a door or was that an open area? A. That, as it's drawn, is all open, but there would have been a door into that large open room. Q. All right. So, in fact, it was an enclosed area with a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Direct Gettys. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1447. Door, is that correct? A. Yes, there would have been a door into that room. Q. OK. On the first floor, were there any other locations where the defendant's female guests might have been escorted to? A. Not that I'm aware of. Q. OK. MS Gettys, I am now going to turn to the second side. Just to be consistent actually, I'll put it right side up. Exhibit published. By MS Gettys, Q. Are there locations on the second floor where the defendant's female guests might be escorted to? A. Yes. Q. Can you describe where they are on this diagram, or on this floor plan? A. The one called the room called Music 1 Control Room would have been the primary recording studio where Rob would be recording. That would be where the engineers would be. So we may bring a guest to that room. Q. And are you referring to where my pen is pointed, indicating it says Music 1 Control Room? A. Yes. Q. And is that an enclosed location with a door, or is it in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Direct Gettys. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1448. Open space? A. Yes, there's 2 doors to that room, one on each side towards the back of the room. Q. And both of those doors can shut? A. Yes. Q. OK. Are there any other locations on this page of this government exhibit where the defendant's female guests may have been escorted to? A. Yes. Yes, the Music 1 studio area. Q. Is that right here, indicating where my pen is pointed? A. It is. Q. And it says Music 1 studio area? A. It is. Q. And, again, is that an enclosed space? A. Yes. Q. And by enclosed space, I mean there was a door that could be shut for privacy? A. Yep, there's doors on both sides of that room. Q. All right. What other locations on this second floor might one of the defendant's female guests be escorted to? A. Yes, moving to the top of the page, Music 1 Lounge would have been his main lounge. Q. And when you say his, who are you referring to? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Direct Gettys. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1449. A Mr. Kelly's. Q. And you said it was the defendant's main lounge. Would that also be a location where you would bring one of the defendant's female guests? A. Yes. Q. All right. There's also an area next to that called Music 1 Office. What, if anything, was that used for? A. It was his office, so there had been a desk, phone and, office equipment in that room. Q. And, again, just for the record, when you say his, are you referring to the defendant? A. I am. Q. Were the defendant's female guests ever escorted to that Music 1 office? A. I don't know. Q. You don't? A. I don't know. Q. Do you recall that ever happening? A. I can't. I don't know whether it happened or not. Q. Okay. A. If it did, it was certainly with less frequency. Music 1 Lounge would have been more than I'm sorry, I don't recall for sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Direct Gettys. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1450. Q. Okay. Are there other areas on this second floor where the defendant's female guests of the defendant might be escorted to? A. Yes. Both the Capricorn Room and Capricorn Studio area. Q. All right, and so is there something called the Capricorn Control Room, that's labeled there as a Capricorn Lounge, and there is a Capricorn Studio area. When you mentioned the Capricorn Studio area, are you referring to the one that's labeled Capricorn Studio area? A. Yes, where your pen is. Q. And, again, is that an enclosed location where the doors can be shut for privacy? A. Yes, there's one door into that room. Q. And you also said the Capricorn Room. What were you referring to when you said that? A. The Capricorn Control Room. Q. And is that where my pen is pointed now, indicating? A. Yes. Q. And was there a means to shut the doors there also for privacy? A. Yes, there was one door to that room. Q. Aside from the rooms that you have identified on this second floor, were there other locations where defendants' female guests might be escorted to? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Direct Gettys. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1451. Not that I'm aware of. Q. Okay. Now, you testified earlier about certain rooms that were called a lounge area. What do you mean by lounge? The room would have a couch, television, a stereo in it for, like A in the Chicago Tracks days would be meant for a place for the artists to separate out, or have somebody waiting to go into the studio before they would be recording. Q. Okay. So, the same concept at the chocolate factory as well, there would be a room for someone to stay in. Q. Now, of the rooms that you've just identified, and I'll start with on the first page of Government Exhibit 235, and I'm going to put my pen on the location that you identified across from the reception area as Reed Hyam's old office. Was there a bathroom attached to that lounge, or that office space? No. Q. And you also talked about this space that's labeled Rockland Records Production Office Area. Was there a bathroom attached to that space? Yes. Q. Where is the bathroom? Just to the left of your pen, it says restroom. Q. Okay. Where my pen is pointed there indicating. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Direct Gettys. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1452. A yes. Cue and now, if I turn that exhibit over, in Music 1 control room, which I believe you said was one area where you might escort a female guest, is that correct? A yes. Cue, is there a bathroom attached to that room? A no. Cue, and how about the Music 1 lounge, is there a bathroom attached to that? A yes. Cue, and where is that? Just to the right where it's labeled restroom, behind the kitchen. Cue, and by the way, is there a means to get from the Music 1 lounge to the Music 1 office without walking out of that door? I recall there being a door between the two lounges, but it's not shown on the drawing. Cue, okay. But there was a door between the two lounges. Cue, so you could go directly from the Music 1 lounge to the Music 1 office? A yes. Cue, all right. And then in the Capricorn studio area, is there a bathroom attached to that room? A no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Direct Gettys. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1453. Cue, and then how about the Capricorn control room, is there a bathroom attached to that? A no. Cue, do you recall whether there were any full bathrooms within Chicago tracks, meaning that there was both a toilet, as well as a bath or a shower? A yes, there were two. Cue, where are they? The bathroom connected to the Music 1 lounge. Cue, is that where my pen is pointed, indicating where it says restroom? A yes. Cue, that was a full bathroom? A yes. Cue, meaning it had a bath or a shower? A shower, yes. Cue, a shower? A shower. Cue, and you said there was another one as well. Where was that? A yes. It's labeled restroom right below, where it says machine room Capricorn. Cue, and is that where my pen is pointed here, indicating? A yes. Cue, and again, that's a full bathroom? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Direct Gettys. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1454. A yes, shower, toilet and sink. Cue, and is that full bathroom connected to any particular room? There is an open doorway that did not have a door directly in front of the entrance to that bathroom, but that could have it would have been associated with the Capricorn room, though it's not connected to the Capricorn room. Cue, okay. So, meaning you couldn't get directly from the Capricorn room to the bathroom, you'd have to go out into a hallway? A yes. Cue, okay. MS Gettys, and I'm now showing the witness what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 525, A through T. And may I approach, Your Honor? The court, yes. By MS Gettys, Hugh, can you take a look at those? A yes. I'll look at it. Q, yes. A, witness complies. Q, and prior to today, did you have an opportunity to look at these? A yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Direct Gettys. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1455. Q, do you recognize, generally speaking, what they are? A yes, I do. Q, what are they? These are photos from 865 North Larrabee. MS Gettys, the government offers 525, A through T. The court, any objection? Emir Farinella, no objection, Your Honor. The court, okay, those are in evidence. Government's Exhibit 525A through 525T was received in evidence. The court, you can display them. MS Gettys, all right, I'll take those back. All right, briefly, we can publish this, please, to everyone. Exhibit published. By MS Gettys, Hugh, I am showing you 525A. Do you recognize 525A? Yes, it is a bathroom in the studio. Hugh, and as you look at it right now, can you tell which bathroom that one is? Not definitively from this photo. Hugh, okay. 525B. Exhibit published. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Direct Gettys. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1456. That's the call box to the gate to the entrance to the parking lot to the building at 865 Larrabee. Hugh, now, up at the sign it says, Chicago Tracks 865 North Larrabee. Did that sign change over time? I feel like we had a sign at one point that said Chocolate Factory, and the address on it with an arrow. Hugh, aside from the sign change, is this how the gate area and call box was set up through the time that you worked for the defendant at 865 North Larrabee? Yes. Hugh, and if a guest wanted to, or if anyone was arriving at Chicago Tracks, what is that call box used for? It dials directly into the reception area at the studio. Hugh, and from the reception area, is there a means to open up the gate? There would be a button. Hugh, that you could press? That you could press and open the gate. Hugh, 525C. What is that? Exhibit published. That is the live room of the Capricorn Room. Hugh, and 525D. Exhibit published. Yes, the same room, just a different view. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Direct Gettys. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1457. Hugh, and it looks like there's a set of stairs, and in here it looks like there's a separate area where my pen is pointed, indicating up the stairs. What is in there? It would be an isolation booth, a vocal booth. Hugh, and then is this remaining area the control room? This would all be the Q, the live room? A live room. Hugh, do you recognize 525E? Exhibit published. Yes, this is the Music 1 office. Hugh, and do you recall what's through that, indicating doorway? The hallway outside the hallway that runs the length of the second floor. Hugh, and then 525F, what is that area? Exhibit published. This is another view of the office. Hugh, and the doorway in 525F, where does that go? That would go into the Music 1 lounge. Hugh, and you testified earlier that in looking in that floor plan there was a means to get from the Music 1 office to the Music 1 lounge, although it wasn't reflected on the floor plan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Direct Gettys. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 1458. Do you recall that? Yes. Hugh, is that the doorway where you can get between the two? Correct. Hugh, 525G. Exhibit published. That same room, different view. Hugh, and which doorway does that go to? I believe that's the same door we just saw that goes into Music 1 lounge. Hugh, how about 525H? Exhibit published. A different view, same door, but you can see that that's clearly the office, because you can see the desk. Hugh, so in this room is the office, the Music 1 office? Yes. Hugh, and then there's that same doorway. And what can you see through to the next room? That's a refrigerator. Q, and inside the room with the refrigerator, what was that called again? The Music One Lounge. Q, 525. What is that? Exhibit published. This would be that same refrigerator, and this would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Direct Gettys. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 1459. Music One Lounge. Q, and then through that door. What was through that door where my pen is pointed, indicating? That would be the Music One office. Q, all right, so is this just sort of facing the opposite direction from the prior photograph? That's correct. Q, and 525, J. Exhibit published. That looks to be inside the same room looking into the bathroom that's connected to the Music One Lounge. Q, and just to be clear on the record, when you say the same room, what is this room again? A Music One Lounge. Q, and that's the bathroom? The bathroom connected to it. Q, now, was that one of the two full bathrooms that you identified earlier? A, it is, yes. Q, 525, K, do you recognize that? Exhibit published. Yeah, I believe this would still be in that same room, the Music One Lounge. Q, this is just another area showing a couch? Yeah, another side of the room. Continued on next page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Direct Gettys. CMH OCR RMR CRR FCRR. 1460. By MS Gettys, continuing, Q, 525, L. This could be I believe this is the bathroom, a view of the bathroom from inside the Music One Lounge. Q, and that's the full bathroom? Yes. Q, 525, M. I think that's actually the kitchen space. That's the kitchen in the hallway, so behind that wall would be that bathroom in the Music One Lounge. This would be a kitchen in the main hallway. Q, and this is on the second floor of the chocolate factory? Yes. Q, and so I just want to, can you point out where that kitchen area is? For the record, I'm putting 235 back up. That's the second page of that. It's located between Music One Lounge and Music Two Lounge. There's a small section called Kitchen right there in the middle. Q, and that's the kitchen that we just saw? Yes. Q, and 525, N, what is that? This is a different kitchen. There was the one we saw before was a partial kitchen. This was a full kitchen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Direct Gettys. CMH OCR RMR CRR FCRR. 1461. With refrigerator and stove. Q, and just putting Government Exhibit 235 back on. Is the kitchen indicated on this floor plan? Yes, it's just below where it says elevator, and just to the right of the Capricorn studio area. Q, where it says kitchen. Yes. Q, and that's the full kitchen shown in 525, N? In the picture you just showed me. Q, and then 525, oh, do you recognize that? That's another view of the same kitchen. Q, that full kitchen? Correct. Q, 525, P, do you recognize that? That looks like we're back in the Music One Lounge again. Q, and that's the door to the Music One office. Q, and you answered my question before I asked it. Where my pen is pointing, that door, that goes to the Music One office. Yes. Q, okay. 525, Q, do you recognize that? Yes. Q, what is that? That's the main entrance to the studio building. Q. And to get to that entrance, do you have to go through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Direct Gettys. CMHOCR RMR CRR FCRR. 1462. The gate with the call box first. That's correct. Q. And there's a sign here lit up that says tracks. During the time that you worked at the chocolate factory at 865 North Larrabee, did that sign change? I believe it was taken down at some point in time, I believe. When Chicago Tracks left the building, went out of business, I believe that sign went at that time. I don't believe it was always there after that. Q. Other than the sign, is 525, Q. Does that accurately reflect how the chocolate factory appeared when you were working there even while it was the chocolate factory? Yes. Q. This is 525, R. What is shown there? This is the view of the building from Larrabee Street. Q. And can you show where my pen is pointed? Does that say 865 Larrabee, the address? Yes, that would be the address. Q. And the entrance that was shown in 525, Q, that I've just put on the screen, where is that on 525, R? The gate is on the left side of the screen so you can vaguely see the light of the track sign in the photo. It would be back where it begins. Q. So that sort of red area right there past that entranceway? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Direct Gettys. CMHOCR RMR CRR FCRR. 1463. Yes. Q. And by the way, that entranceway, is that the main entranceway that you identified on 235 where it says main entrance? That's correct. Q. And then this is Government Exhibit 525S. Do you recognize that? I believe that's the bathroom in the Capricorn studio area. Q. And is that second full bathroom that you testified earlier about? Yes, I believe it is. Q. And there's a shower shown here? Yes. Q. And finally, 525T, what is shown in 525T? This is a room that was called Skyview. It's a space between the two studios. Excuse me. The ceilings of the studio were actually hung from the ceiling of the building, so that there could be complete isolation, and the two studios sat side by side. This would sit above a section on the floor plan called machine room just in the space that was set between the two hung ceilings. Q. And just so that the jury can have a better understanding of what you're describing, I'm putting this second page of Government Exhibit 235. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Arnold Direct Gettys. CMHOCR RMR CRR FCRR. 1464. You referenced two studios. Which two studios are you referring to? A Music 1 control room and Music 2 control room. Q. And so my pen, I think, right now is pointed to the Music 1 control room, is that correct? Correct. Q. And then on the other side, it's where my pen is now pointed, to the right of that, it's the Music 2 control room, is that right? That's correct. Q. And between them appears to be something called the machine room. Is that the machine room you were just referring to? The room, yes, that's the room I was referring to. Q. And what's above the machine room? A is the room called Skyview. Q. And that's the one shown in 525T? Correct. Q. You testified that in 2004, you stopped working at 865 North Larrabee, and you started to work at the chocolate factory located in Olympia Fields, is that right? Yes, I believe that is right. Q. And can you describe the outside of, and that was where the defendant was living, right? The studio moved to his home in Olympia Fields. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Arnold Direct Gettys. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1465. QOK. And MR Farinella, objection, Your Honor. The court, did somebody say something? MR Farinella, yes, Your Honor. Objection. I don't think he answered the question. The court, he was starting to. You want to read it back? Let's just put the question to him again. It says he answered. MS Gettys, Your Honor, I'm prepared to proceed, but it is 5:30. The court, I was giving you your last minute, but we can stop here. MS Gettys, thank you. The court, so we're finished for the day. We'll see you tomorrow at 9:30. Just because I repeat this all the time doesn't make it any less important. Please don't read any accounts of this case whatsoever, don't talk to anybody about it, but do have a good restful evening, and I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks so much. Jury exits. The court, okay. Everybody can sit, and then the witness is excused. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Okay? The witness, yes, ma'am. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Arnold Direct Gettys. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1466. Witness excused. The court, all right. Anything before we finish for the night? MS Gettys, yes, just briefly. I want to know if the defense had reached a conclusion as to Ms. Jones' testimony because, otherwise, we need to proceed a different route. The court, what do you mean? Well, no, I think that's right. You are going to agree to do that by video, right? MR Farinella, yes, Your Honor. The court, okay. Great. Perfect. MS Gettys, thank you. MR Canuck, do we know who's coming tomorrow? The court, talk amongst yourselves. MS Gettys, we will. Matter adjourned to August 25, 2021 at 9:30 a.m. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1467. INDEX. Witnesses. Jane cross-examination, conted, by M.R. Canuck 1241 redirect examination, by M.S. Gettys 1279 recross-examination, by M.R. Canuck 1319 redirect examination, by M.S. Gettys 1326 Keith Williams direct examination, by M.S. Cruz Melendez 1331 cross-examination by M.R. Canuck 1350 Veronica Jackson direct examination, by M.S. Gettys 1360 Malik Ben Abdallah direct examination, by M.S. Shahada 1378 cross-examination, by M.R. Canuck 1414 Thomas Arnold direct examination, by M.S. Gettys 1419. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. CMHOCRRMRCRRFCRR. 1468. Index Exhibits. Government Exhibit 241, 1240 Government Exhibit 81341 Government Exhibit 891346 Government Exhibit 241B 1369 Governments Exhibit 75, C, 1380 Governments Exhibit 936, 1384 Governments Exhibit 204, 1385 Governments Exhibit 205, A through 205, M, 1387 Governments Exhibit 235, 1441 Governments Exhibit 525, A through 525, T 1455. Defense Exhibit T 1252 Defense Exhibit X 1260 Defense Exhibit W 1261 Defense Exhibit U 1262 Defense Exhibit Y 1263 Government Exhibit 315 and 316, 1282 Government Exhibit 456 and 461, 1284. Asterisk asterisk asterisk.